and many others. And he's a fellow of the Econometric Society. I had the pleasure to work with Arunava on several topics, focusing on strategy-proofness of probabilistic social choice functions, and I benefited a lot from his broad knowledge and sharp insights. Not less importantly, I always enjoyed and enjoy his company and his broad interest in many topics, ranging from chess to crime novels and politics. Today, Arunava will be talking on implementation in undominated strategies with applications to auctions, public goods and matching. Arunava, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to give this presidential address of the Social Choice and Welfare Society. And let me begin by sharing the screen. Okay, so this is joint work with Saptarshi Mukherjee and Nozomu Muto. Saptarshi is at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, and Nozomu is at the Yokohama National University, Yokohama. And the title of the paper is Implementation in Undominated Strategies with Applications to Auction Design, Public Good Provision, and Matching. Okay, so this is, we consider a very standard problem in mechanism design. Agents have private information, which could be their preferences, their valuations, and so on. And you have a mechanism designer who has the power to enforce outcomes. And the heart of the problem is that the goals of the designer depend on the private information of the agents. For instance, an auctioneer wants to maximize revenue from an auction. A municipal government wants to improve the residents' welfare by providing public goods, and so on. And so the preferences of agents must be elicited, and the agents are, of course, strategic. So the designer designs a game or mechanism for the agents to play, and the agent's choices in the mechanism depend on their preferences. And the mechanism needs to be properly designed in order to implement the desired outcomes, which depend on the preferences of the agents. And the fundamental question that mechanism design is trying to address is, does such a mechanism exist? So whether or not a mechanism is successful may depend on several details of the environment. For instance, on the probability distribution of the preferences, the prior beliefs, and the agent's knowledge of the rationality of other agents. And ideally, the mechanism should not depend too much on these details. In other words, they should be robust and should implement the same outcome irrespective of welfare society. And let me begin by sharing the screen. Surplus extraction other than MI prime. Matchings given by F to that by G. And its implementation in undominated strategies, right? So a notion which has, which has been studied, for instance, by Tillman Borgers in 1991 and Matt Jackson in 1992. So the idea is that every agent eliminates weakly dominated strategies. It's just one round of elimination because it's a private information environment where no agent knows the preferences of other agents, so does not know what the other agents eliminate. So there's a single round of elimination. And note that it's a robust notion of implementation. In particular, it doesn't make any assumptions, regarding beliefs and so on. It's prior free. And multiple undominated strategies will typically exist in every state. And what we are interested in is studying implementation of this kind. And of course, the major complication of this approach is that unlike dominant strategy implementation, we cannot restrict attention purely to revelation mechanisms. Okay, so this is this hugely complicates the analysis. In this paper, we shall focus on finite mechanisms, and more about that very shortly. So here is our contribution, if you will. We provide a general sufficient condition for a social choice correspondence to be implemented in undominated strategies. Yeah. So some necessary conditions are known. For instance, Jackson in 1992 proposed a condition called strategy resistance, which is necessary. Then those have been refined to conditions such as chain dominance by Yamashita, strong chain dominance by Mukherjee, Muto, Ramakers in 2017, etc. So it's known that none of these conditions are sufficient. And so we provide a general sufficient condition, a condition that can be applied in a wide range of environments. And on the other hand, in the literature, it is known that some specific social choice correspondences can be implementable. For instance, the Pareto correspondence, as in a paper by Mukherjee, Muto, Ramakers, and myself in 2019 JET. So the Pareto correspondence and some generalizations are known to be implementable in undominated strategies, with mechanisms which are bounded but not finite. Okay. So what is our contribution? We apply our, well, this is just continuation from what I just said. So we have a sufficiency result. And what we do is that we apply a result to several familiar environments, and we obtain very permissive results. In particular, it is possible to implement a set of outcomes better than those implemented in dominant strategies. Okay, so this is one of the things that we wish to emphasize, that focusing on implementation via undominated strategies, can improve or can help the designer attain her goals better than by just focusing attention on dominant strategies. So what do we mean by a better mechanism? So this relies on a normative criterion about ranking social choice correspondences. In particular, we follow a criterion introduced by Borgers and Smith in 2012, and it's a partial ordering of social choice correspondences. We say that a social choice correspondence F outperforms another social choice correspondence G if at every state the designer weakly prefers any outcome given by F to that by G. And at some state, the designer strictly prefers some outcome given by F to that by G. So, very simple and intuitive notion here. At every state, every outcome in F is at least as good as every outcome in G from the perspective of the designer. And indeed, at some state, the designer strictly prefers some outcome in F to that in G. So here is a diagrammatic or sort of schematic representation of what we mean. So on the x-axis are the outcomes F theta and J theta at some state theta, and on the y-axis are, as we go higher up the axis, we have outcomes which are preferred by the designer. So notice that F of theta gives multiple outcomes, whereas G theta, we assume for simplicity here, gives a single outcome. Notice that the worst outcome given by F is at least as good as the outcome given by G. And there are several other outcomes, and the other outcomes in F are actually better, strictly better than those given by G. And equivalently, F is generated by adding better outcomes to G. Okay. So, what are our applications? We show that there are implementable social choice correspondences that outperform the classical or the classic strategy proof social choice functions. For instance, in auctions, single good auctions, we show that the full surplus extraction outcome can be added to the second price auction, and the correspondence can be implemented. In the public good provision problem, we can add the budget balance but efficient outcome to the VCG or pivotal outcome, right? While maintaining, as I said, efficiency and individual rationality. Okay, so and finally, in two-sided matching, for instance, the matching problem, we consider a case where only men's incentives, we consider only the case where men's incentives are considered. But by that, I'll clarify what I mean by this. It means that the preferences of men are private information, while those of women are common knowledge. And what we show that that all stable matchings can be implemented in undominated strategies by a finite mechanism, and we'll briefly discuss why this is actually why this outperforms the man optimal stable matching. Okay, so here is the related literature. There is a there is a I guess it could be correct to say a sort of small literature on implementation in undominated strategies. Some recent work, particularly important in this, is by Lee and Bojack in 2020. Then I've we put up work in auctions, public good provision, and two-sided matching, which are all extremely well known in the literature. Okay, so let me quickly introduce the model. Again, very standard model. We have a set of agents n, n greater than or equal to 2, finite set of alternatives. We assume that each agent has a rational preference over A, which is his private information. Script DI is the domain of preferences for agent I, and script D is the Cartesian product of the DIs. Notice that there are no assumptions on the domain. So this is the domain can be completely arbitrary. Social choice correspondence is a mapping whose input is a preference profile, an element of the set script D, and its output is a non-empty set of alternatives. What is a mechanism? We have perforce to consider indirect mechanisms. So a mechanism consists of a message space for every agent. So MI is the message space for agent I, and M, capital M, is the Cartesian product of the message spaces of agents. And the outcome function, which is a map from M to A. So it considers as an input a message profile, and it outputs a particular alternative. And we say that M weakly dominates MI prime at preference Ri in script Di, if it is the case that GMI of GMI M minus I is at least as good as G of MI prime M minus I for Ri, irrespective of the M minus I. Okay, so I'm at least as well off playing MI than by playing MI prime according to Ri, no matter what messages other agents send. And in particular, there is at least one M minus I where I do strictly better by reporting MI rather than MI prime. Okay. So what is implementation in undominated strategies? We say that MI is undominated at RI if no message dominates MI at RI. So formally, the definition for implementation is as follows. A message MG implements a social choice correspondence F in undominated strategy if for each preference profile R in script T, A is an F of R, if and only if there exists a message profile whose outcome in the mechanism is A, and MI is undominated at RI for every agent. Okay? So again, I draw your attention to the fact that this is a robust notion of implementation, independent of the prior or its knowledge. And in the specific case that F is a function, we are, we have the dominant strategy implementation problem. Okay. Okay. So, the starting point of this analysis is this very striking result in Jackson 1992, which says that virtually anything can be implemented in undominated strategies. So private information has really no impact on what is achievable. Really striking and unusual result. So so here is a formal statement of the result. A domain of preferences script DI satisfies strict value distinction if for every RI and RI prime, if every pair of preferences for agent I which are distinct, there exists some pair of alternatives where there is a preference reversal. So APIB and PPI prime A. And Jackson's result is the following. If DI satisfies strict value distinction for every I, then any social choice correspondence is implementable in undominated strategies. Okay, so everything is possible. But here is the caveat that the implementing mechanism relies on an infinite chain of dominance relations. So in other words, the way that I prevent a particular message from being, undominated at any, at any state Ri, let us say, is that there exists another message Mi prime which dominates it. Mi prime in turn is dominated by some Mi double prime and so on and so forth. So we have, an infinite sequence of messages, and each one dominates the one which precedes it, and it carries on forever. So this is the way that, this construction or this feature of mechanism is key to the Jackson construction. And Jackson himself noted that this was unsatisfactory, and it was natural to impose a restriction on the set of mechanisms. And so the restriction that he imposed was one of boundedness, and the definition as follows: a mechanism is bounded if if for some agent Mi and message Mi and preference ordering Ri, if it is the case that Mi is dominated, then it is indeed dominated by a message which is itself undominated at Ri. Okay, so you basically cannot have this infinite chain of messages which dominate the preceding message. And a trivial observation: a finite mechanism is always bounded because by definition we cannot have an infinite chain of messages, each one dominating the preceding message. And throughout the paper, we shall focus on finite mechanisms, so that our focus is on bounded mechanisms. Okay. So as I had mentioned earlier, the main result in our paper is sufficient condition for implementation. by finite mechanisms. And the sufficient condition is based on three properties. One is strategy resistance, which I've already introduced and indeed was introduced by Jackson. Then strategy proofness of range top selections. And finally, a flip condition, which you might think of as a slightly stronger version of the strict value distinction condition in Jackson. Okay. So let's begin by defining strategy resistance, defined in Jackson 1992, which you should think of as a monotonicity condition on correspondences. So what does it say? Let's pick some agent I, and let's pick some R minus I, and let's keep it fixed. And imagine that I changes her preference from Ri to Ri prime. Now pick an arbitrary A in f of Ri R minus I. Then when the agent changes her preference to Ri prime, there must be an alternative in the value of the social choice correspondence at f of Ri prime minus Ri, such that B is at least as good as A according to Ri prime. So in other words, there must be something in B which is at least as good as, there is some B in f of Ri prime R minus I, which is at least as good as anything in Ri R minus I according to Ri prime. Okay. So, so this is, here is a 1 minute proof of it. So suppose A is implemented by an undominated message Mi at Ri, and let I's preference change from Ri to Ri prime. Then if Mi is undominated at Ri prime, then in fact, the outcome by the definition of implementation, it must be the case that A belongs to f of Ri prime R minus I, and of course A is at least as good as A according to Ri prime. So that case is easy. Now suppose Mi is not undominated, in other words, it is undominated, then by the definition of implementation, there exists some message, let's say Mi prime, which is itself undominated, such that Mi prime dominates Mi at Ri prime. Okay. So let's so let the outcome when this agent plays Mi prime and the others are playing whatever they were playing earlier, M minus I, let the outcome be B. So by definition, because Mi prime dominates Mi, it must be the case that B is at least as good as A according to Ri prime. So this shows that strategy resistance is indeed necessary. Okay. Here is another very critical element of our characterization. Let's fix a social choice correspondence F, and let Ti be the social choice correspondence such that for each preference profile R, TIR is the most preferred alternative in F of R with respect to Ri prime. Okay. So we say that Ti is a range top selection for I from F. So what is very simple, we look at every R and we pick an element which is Ri maximal in F of R. Or equivalently, F is generated by adding to Ti worse alternatives with respect to agent I's preference. So at F of R, Ti R is is an alternative which is Ri maximal, and then F contains some other elements which are worse than Ti than TIR according to Ri. Okay. So here is a very important observation regarding the range top selection, that which is the following. Suppose F satisfies strategy resistance. Now, then agent I cannot gain by misrepresentation of her preference in TI. Okay? So this is very important. Why? Because yeah, why is it? Because we know that there exists some element in f of ri r minus I which is better than f of ri prime r minus I according to ri. This is strategy resistance. So when we are taking the best outcome according to ri, that must certainly beat everything that that the agent can obtain by deviating to ri prime, every element in F. So in particular, it's also better than the best element in F of Ri prime R minus I according to Ri prime. So agent I cannot, Ti is a social choice function, and I cannot do better by misrepresenting her preference in Ti. However, Ti is not strategy proof. In particular, agent J not equal to I could perhaps manipulate Ti by changing her preference ordering from, let's say, Rj to Rj prime, because this changes the range of F. Then Ti would again select a maximal element according to I's preferences, but agent J could benefit by restricting the range over which this best element is chosen. Okay, so here is the key to our approach. Here is what we do is we exhume the existence of a strategy proof TI for each I. So here is where we depart from the necessary condition. We tighten it, or we make a further, we strengthen it beyond what we know to be necessary. And then what we do is that we add alternatives that are worse than TI for each I, okay? And however, these added alternatives, although they are worse for, for I, they may be better from the point of view or from the perspective of the planner. So we fatten the social choice functions TI by throwing in some more elements which are worse than TI for each agent I. And what we do is that we implement the fattened correspondence. Okay, so here are some examples. In the social choice environment, TI is, let's take the case where TI is dictatorial. So this is obviously strategy proof. And what we can do is that we can add other alternatives which are worse than I, but which could be Pareto efficient. We could add an alternative which is perhaps second ranked by all agents if, if the first ranked alternatives are all distinct. We could add the full surplus extraction outcome to the second price auction at every valuation profile. And in the public good provision model, we can add an efficient budget balance outcome to the VCG outcome and add all other stable matchings to the man optimal stable matching. Now, the critical feature of these examples is that the range stops selection in each case is strategy proof. For instance, in the auction case, the second price auction outcome, that SCF we know is strategy proof. Now, if we add the full surplus extraction, then the agent who actually has to pay her full valuation is going to be worse also. It's going to be a worse outcome. It's going to be better from the perspective of a planner who wishes to raise revenue, but that fits in exactly with what we were saying. Similar observation for the public good and the stable matching, because we know that the man optimal stable matching is the best matching as far as for men, and the worst for women. And we also know that the man optimal stable matching is strategy proof. So any other stable matches that we throw in are actually more favorable, are worse for men, but could be preferred by the mechanism designer. Okay, So here is our definition. The critical definition: extended strategy resistance. We say that the social choice function F satisfies extended strategy resistance if F satisfies strategy resistance, and for each I there exists a range top selection Ti such that Ti is strategy proof. One question that that might strike you is why do we need to assume both of them? My previous comments may suggest that 2 actually implies 1, but actually it doesn't. So condition 2 does not imply 1 in the definition, so we need both conditions. And so we have this additional condition called the flip condition, the counterpart of the value distinction, the strict value distinction condition, if you will. So a social choice correspondence satisfies the flip condition if for each agent I and each Ri prime in script Ti satisfying Ri not equal to Ri, in other words, Ri and Ri prime are distinct, there exists a pair of alternatives X and Y such that there is a weak reversal between X and Y in Pi in Ri versus Ri prime. In other words, X is strictly better than Y in Pi, and Y is weakly better than X according to Ri prime. And furthermore, for each agent J not equal to I, there exists a range top selection Tj of J from F such that for all preferences profiles R bar, we have that Tj of R bar is at least as good as both X and Y. Okay, so in other words, X and Y should not be better than the range top selection of agents J not equal to I, right? So the preference reversals should take, we demand preference reversals for agent I. However, these preference reversals should not be should not upset the range top selections of the other agents. So in other words, J not equal to I dislike X and Y. So note that X and Y need not be in the range of F at any profile. So we can see that it can be satisfied in many economic environments which involve payments, because J not equal to I, all agents J not equal to I may have to pay something or whatever. Okay, here's our theorem. A social choice correspondence satisfying extended strategy resistance and the flip condition is implementable in undominated strategies by a finite mechanism. Okay, so that's all you need for implementation by in undominated strategies by a finite mechanism. So let's consider our applications in more detail: auctions, provision of public goods, and two-sided matching. So let's consider auctions. N bidders, private values, quasi-linear utility. Theta I is bidder I's valuation. We discretize types. So theta I is belongs to the set theta 1 to theta k. We do this because we consider only finite mechanisms. We do have a section in the paper where we consider the standard type spaces, continuum, and so on. But obviously then we cannot insist on finite mechanisms. So we show that our results in that setting can be extended to bounded mechanisms, bounded but not finite. And the second price auction SCF, right? So this is the outcome. F 2R theta with reserve price. So this is a social choice function which at the valuation profile theta gives the object to the highest bidder to the highest bidder at the price of the second highest bidder, where you can imagine that the seller also puts in a bid of R. Okay, and so if we know from the fundamental result of Marson 1981 that if the environment is symmetric, then this auction, the second price auction with the reserve price, is one which maximizes the expected revenue of the seller. Okay, now here is what we do. F1 theta will be the social choice function, which is the first price auction outcome when we assume truthful bidding. So what we do at every valuation profile, we look at the highest bidder. This person is given the good and is charged her valuation. Okay, and F of R theta is the union of these two outcomes. So F2R theta, which is the second price outcome with reserve R, and F1 theta, where the highest valuation bidder gets the object and pays her valuation. And it's easy to verify. It's almost obvious that FR outperforms the second price auction F2R, right? So, the worst that can happen in capital F of R is F2R, and in terms of revenue, and F1 theta gives strictly more revenue to the planner, and by applying our result, we can show our sufficiency result that the social choice correspondence F of R is implementable in undominated strategy by a finite mechanism. And again, the key to this result is the fact that F2R is a strategy proof. We know that the second price auction SCF is a strategy proof. And we know that F1 theta, they include outcomes which are worse or certainly no better than the outcomes given by the second price outcome. Okay, because those who are not given the good pay no differently from what they were earlier, and the person who gets the object now strictly pays something greater than what he would in the second price auction. Okay, in the public good problem, again, totally standard private values, quasi-linear utility. We consider binary decision for the public good. P equal to 1 means the good is provided. P equals to 0 means the good is not provided. And theta is the valuation of the public good. Again, we discretize types with the same observation that we made for auctions. We can extend it to continuum of types by weakening finiteness to boundedness. And P star theta is the efficient decision. Oh, I must add that in order to provide the public good, you have to pay a cost C. So P star theta is equal to 1 if the sum of the valuations of the agents exceed C, and 0 if they are less than C. And the pivotal or VCG payment will be denoted by T of VCG. So the VCG SCF is the efficient decision together with the VCG payment. We all know that it's efficient, it's strategy proof, it's ex post individually rational. However, it's not budget balance, it runs a deficit. You have to import money from outside. And this is, well-known deficiency of the VCG. So what we do is we consider the first best SCF P star. So the public decision is efficient, but we consider a particular payment scheme such that the sum of payments is equal to P star theta C. In other words, people pay nothing if the payments exactly cover the costs when the public good is produced, and don't pay anything if don't pay anything if the good is not produced. And let's consider the F of theta, which is the union of these two alternatives, the P star theta T of VCG theta and P star theta of T of F of B theta. right? It's the union of the VCG and an efficient budget balance, an individually rational outcome. And again, an application of our result yields the following. There exists a first best social choice function P star TFB, right, such that the social choice correspondence F is implementable in undominated strategies by a finite mechanism. Okay, good. So finally, an example with a slightly different flavor. So we consider the two-sided matching problem of Galen Shapley, men 1 to n, women W1, W2 to Wn. Each agent has a strict preference over the set of agents on the other side, along with the outcome of remaining single. And we focus on the men's incentive problems, and in particular that women's preferences are known and fixed. The man optimal stable matching SCF is strategy proof for men. And it's also well known that other stable matchings exist. So let script S be the social choice correspondence, assigning all stable matchings at each preference profile. And again, since in all other stable matchings, women will be better off relative to the man optimal stable matching, it is the case that if the designer respects women's preferences, then S outperforms the man optimal stable matching SCF. Okay. And again, an application of our result yields the following. The stable matching SCCS is implementable in undominated strategies by a finite mechanism. Indeed, any sub-correspondence F of S is also implementable if F contains the man optimal stable matching SCF. Now here, a small remark about the X and the Ys that we have to choose, which ensure that they're not better than the range top elements of agents J not equal to I. So what we'll do is that we will give the outcome where all agents J not equal to I are unmatched, and we will take advantage of the fact that that stable matchings are always individually rational, right? So that will not upset PI for any J. Okay, so that's what we will use. Okay, so finally, let me make a few very brief comments about our mechanism, which is really the heart of our paper. So the mechanism is a sort of refined version of the modulo mechanism used by Borgers in his 91 paper, which he used to implement the top rank social choice correspondence, which assigns the most preferred alternatives of all agents at every profile. So what's the modulo mechanism? Each agent I simultaneously announces an integer Qi along with his preference, and the integer profile selects a dictatorial mechanism. In other words, given the integer announcements, we are able to construct. We use that to identify a dictator by typically looking at the residue of the sum of the integer announcements mod n, and then this agent is the dictator in the selected mechanism, right? And so here it's quite easy to see that that announcing something which is not truthful is always dominated by truth telling. And then truth telling and an integer announcement is, it cannot be dominated. Okay. So in our case, our implementing mechanism has a similar but significantly more complex structure. So each agent simultaneously announces an integer, a color, and two preferences. And the integer profile selects one of several sub-mechanisms, right? And these sub-mechanisms have the same message space, right? So you announce a common message. So you announce messages and an integer. This integer then selects the sub mechanisms, and your message, and your the other elements of your message profiles then leads to the outcome in the particular sub mechanism that the integer announcements lead you to. And we have to use a refinement of the modulo game, which we call the extended modulo game. And in the selected submechanism, the final outcome is specified according to the announced preference color profile. So, so let me summarize. So what we investigate is implementation in undominated strategies by a finite mechanism. We provide a tractable sufficient condition for implementation, and we develop a method for constructing and implementing mechanism. In the selected final outcome, we find implementable social choice correspondences that outperform the classic strategy proof ones. And in auctions, we outperform the second price auction. In public good provision, we outperform the VCG mechanism. And in two-sided matching, we outperform the man-optimal stable matching. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Arunava. This presentation was even better than the one this morning, so I enjoyed it very much. Are there questions for Arunava?
Okay, I'll ask a question to Arunava. This is John Waymark speaking.
Hi, John.
And good to see you, Arunava. You know, a long time ago, there's a result that's discussed in the Green-Lafont book on incentives and public decision making. So this is about VCG mechanisms. I've forgotten who did it. It's some subset of Groves, Loeb, and Magat. That so you've got quasi-linear utility. The utility of the outcome is polynomial, for example, quadratic. Then you can get budget balance. Yep. Now that's described by a finite number of parameters, so you can do it with a finite mechanism, but you can't do better than that according to your criteria. So I'm not quite sure how this fits in to your framework.
Well, I mean, yes, I mean, it's true that, there are specific, there are specific utility functions for the public good, such that, what is efficient is what's called n-1 separables, so you get budget balance. We are actually taking the linear case where you don't get budget balance, but I think Hurwicz and Walker, I think, showed that you get budget balance only basically measure zero of economies where you will get budget balance. So what we are saying is, irrespective of the domain, maybe if you get budget balance, then it's fine. But if you don't get budget balance, you can still throw in some budget balance stuff and implement the whole correspondence. And in particular, in the linear case, you don't get budget balance. You will run deficit. So you're right. If it's quadratic, it does actually, that you do get budget balance. And you can generalize that, as you said, in some ways. So this is really, as I think I said in the talk, doesn't have anything to do with restricted domains. It's for any domain. I mean, did that make sense? Hi, John, you're muted.
Hello, John, are you still there?
He's muted.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't able to unmute for a second there. So yeah, it made sense. It clarifies. I think the hosts are are handling the muting and non-muting now.
I have a, can I make a comment there?
Yeah, hi.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I think, well, hi everyone.
Hi.
Thank you, Arunava, for your various presentation. I think the paper that John Waymark is alluding to is a paper by Goshan Tian, in which he identified general classes of preferences for which you actually get budget balance. And I think it's beyond, goes beyond quadratic. But anyway, I also have a question there. So you talk about sufficient condition. Do you have a sense of how you could close the gap between the necessary and the sufficient condition? How big is this gap?
I think it's kind of messy. You know, that's you know, I suppose yeah. I mean, it's, you know, our sense is that this you know, this condition, if you write down a condition which is both necessary and sufficient, it's going to be an awful mess. So it's not clear, you know, what is the extra thing that it delivers. So that was really the concern, to simplify it and make a sufficient condition which is easy to understand and perhaps easy to apply, at the cost of sacrificing some generality, you know, and in particular, you know, it would be nice to investigate if you can do, I mean, if you can actually always do strictly better than, you know, than dominant strategies. Here you're doing as well as, you know, no worse than dominant strategies and better, but perhaps you can do strictly better always than you know, than what you can implement in dominant strategies. So you know, you know, we hope to think about that in the future. But it's, as I said, I think a general condition is going to be ugly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there other questions?
This is not a question, but just on William's bibliographic reference. I'm pretty sure the article I'm thinking of is Groves and Loeb from the Journal of Public Economics in '75.
And that was extended by Tian.
Yeah. Tian has a more general formulation there. I forgot exactly where it was published, but so. Can I ask another question? I don't want to. So I'm wondering, do you have any result about your properties being closed under certain operation on the social choice mapping?
So what you mean by if two of them are implementable, then is their union implementable?
For example, yeah.
I'm not sure it's true because you know, it might upset the range top selection. I mean, we haven't thought about it, so I'm going to make wild guesses here, so it's not appropriate. I mean, I don't know if Saptarshi or Nozomu are there, if they can. If they've thought about it and can answer. I mean, it should be fairly easy to answer. I mean, it's not immediate, and I suspect in general it won't be. The union is the obvious one to think of. Yeah, if they have the same range top selection, if they're both built around the range top selection, then I think it will. But if they're built on different range top selections, I don't know. Yeah. So I don't know if it's well behaved with respect to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there still other questions?
Well, I have another one if no one does.
Yeah, okay.
So since you have this result on two-sided matching, but you only pay attention to the preference on one side, so that you're very close to priority augmented object allocation problem like school choice. And would that could that be another application of your result?
I mean, this one I really haven't thought about at all, so I wouldn't like to, to conjecture anything here. Yeah, but it's something we'll think about and get back to you, William. I mean, it's
okay. Okay, thank you.
It's not there. Yeah. 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 I mean, I can't say for certain.
Yeah, I guess you have something to think about for the future. Okay. Are there no more questions? In that case, let's thank Arunava, unmute your microphones and give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
And let me give the floor back to the hosts.
Okay, thank you, Hans.
Okay, yeah.
So I guess we have 2 minutes before the next session. So 2 minutes break.
Okay.
Hey, Utku.
So Kanishka, I'm so
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah, we'll take care of the rest. Don't worry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arunava.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Bye, Arunava.
Thank you, bye.
Bye.
Where's Jordi? Huh? Jordi.
Yeah,
Say hi.
Jordi can present live now.
He had to. We had some technical issues in the first session, and he had to finish live. So.
Okay.
Is he live or is he on YouTube?
Right now?
We'll do the same.
Jordi, that's the video.
That's a video, right?
It's a video. But I don't know, suddenly stopped, but it was at the end, almost at the end, so it's not a problem.
So the guy running the technical aspects fell asleep at 2 a.m. in Mexico. So
It was jet lagged.
It was almost 4, yes.
No, it was 3.
In the morning.
So it was 3 in the morning.
So
Arunava was at 2. I was still awake then.
So what was the time in India?
Ooh, I don't know.
It's 10:30 at night.
10:30, right?
Yeah.
So was Arunava in his office? I thought he...
I guess it's time to begin.
Yeah, it's back-to-back presentations, so we should begin.
It's our pleasure to have Jordi Massó, who will deliver the Arrow lecture this year. Jordi is professor at the Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona since 1989. He received his PhD from Stony Brook and spent 1 year as a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Pittsburgh. Jordi is currently Associate Editor of Social Choice and Welfare, Journal of Dynamics and Games, and Mathematical Social Sciences. You know his work on mechanism design, on incentives and normative properties of mechanism, with a particular emphasis in social choice, matching, and allocation of divisible goods. The work he will present today belongs to the last category, titled All Sequential Allotment Rules, or Obviously Strategy Proof. Thank you, Jordi.
Good morning, I'm Jordi Massó. For me, it's an honor to be here today presenting my work. I had always felt extremely attached to the society. I still remember the meeting in 1992 in Caen, where Ken Arrow was giving his presidential lecture. So I felt very honored when I was asked to present the paper in the Mexico meeting. So I'm going to present today this paper, which is a joint work with Pablo Arribillaga and Alejandro Neme. They are both at the Universidad Nacional de San Luis. San Luis is in the middle of Argentina, it's a city and a state. So the main goal of the paper is to show that in the division problem with single peak preferences, all sequential allotment rules are obviously strategy proof. In order to give content to this statement, I will first describe briefly what is a division problem with single peak preferences. Then I will describe, give you a bit of taste of how those sequential allotment rules work, and describe what's the meaning of obviously strategy proofness. And then state the result and give the main idea for a particular case. So the problem, the division problem is extremely simple. We have a fixed number of indivisible units of a good. We have these two. So this is an integer. And these units have to be allotted among a set of agents. And the problem is that we are looking for an allotment that is a feasible allocation that distributes the k units among the set of agents. Observe that we are assuming that there is no free disposability. So the full k units have to, the entire set of k units have to be distributed among the set of agents. This is a particular instance of what has been known as the private good case. So social alternatives now have individual components. And if there are no external effects, it makes sense when an agent I is comparing between two allotments, which are the social alternatives, and in these two allotments, he receives the same assignment. Now the agent is indifferent among those. Observe that this gives already extremely large number and large indifference equivalence classes. And this is the reason that in this setting we will be able to identify mechanisms that are not only strategy proof, but even obviously strategy proof. We are far away of the universal domain hypothesis, so Gilbert-Sutton weight does not apply. But not only for this private good case, but also I'm going to assume, in addition, that preferences are single peak, so I can assume, yes, that the preference of the agents are defined on the set of potential assignments, units of the good, and the assumption is that the preferences are single peak. That is, there exists the top assignment, the best one, and moving away in either of the two directions, the agent finds worse assignments. So this is the hypothesis of single peakness. So calligraphic R will be the set of all single peak preferences. So there are many situations. Usually this has been identified as a restricted model of a more general setting. Yes, situations where agents might share a good, a bad, or a task, like the surplus of a joint venture, the cost of a public good, the division of the job, or just rationed goods traded at fixed prices. A prototypical example is when the agents are workers who already have collectively agreed on a particular number of hours that they have to put on the system, and quasi-concave preferences on the space of hours of leisure and money coming from the hours that the agent will work induce single peak preferences on the set of hours that the worker will have to work. And there are many other examples in the literature. This has been extensively studied in this model. Yes. So now, given fix a problem with KIN, now let's look at now the profile of tops. Yes. This is a profile of tops. In general, this profile of tops will not be an allotment. Will sum up more or less than K. Yes, so we'll have a situation of a scarcity when the sum is larger than K, and a situation of excess when the sum is smaller than K. Yes, and the question will be how to determine everybody's assignment, taking into account only the single P preferences on the agent. That's the question. Yes, this is the discrete version of the model presented by Sprumon in Econometrica 91. In Sprumon model, the wood that has to be shared is completely divisible. So we have a number K that can be splitted in any ways, not necessarily in integer units. So the way to solve the problem is by specifying a systematic way of selecting an allotment for every preference profile, and this is exactly a rule. The first requirement is that we like that the rule induces the true revelation of the preferences. Yes, that is a strategy proof. What does it mean? It means that indeed truth-telling is a good predominant strategy in the direct revelation mechanism. It never pays to declare for an answer another preference. It will be always getting the same or even worse alternatives. So the second natural requirement is to ask for efficiency. And the rule is efficient if it is at every profile, select the Pareto efficient allotment. It's easy to see that when coupled with single P preferences, efficiency is equivalent to same-sidedness. That is that when there is a scarcity, that is when the sum of the tops is larger than K, then everybody should have to receive less. And when there is excess, that is the sum is strictly smaller than K, then everybody should receive more. So the rationing is always, everybody is in the same side of the ration. Either everybody receives more or everybody receives less in the case of scarcity, right? So the next property, so as Sprumon showed that in the continuous version, if we add to strategic goodness and efficiency the property of anonymity, there exists a unique rule satisfying these three properties. This is a uniform allocation rule. There are many settings in which, however, that perhaps anonymity would not be a natural assumption to make. For instance, the agents may go with some part of the wood into the system. So there are originally rights on some amount of the woods, and the total amount of the wood that has to be distributed is precisely the sum of these individual amounts. And so in these cases, anonymity will not make sense, and also would not make sense if we want to respect some type of seniority, we want to, for equal opportunity reasons, and so on and so forth. So the problem is that if we don't have anonymity, then the set of a strategy proof and efficient rules is extremely large. We don't even know how is this class. I think it's not known. However, if we add some type of fairness requirement, then we have a complete understanding of this subset of a strategy proof and efficient rules. And this fairness requirement is replaceable monotonicity. Yeah, it says a rule is replaceable monotonically if for all profiles of agents and any potential alternative preference submitted by the agent, suppose that the agent increases his assignment. Since these two have to be the image that these two profiles have to be an allotment, if he receives more, it means that somebody has to receive less. The action will say then everybody should receive less. Yes. So if agent by changing the allotment gets more, then everybody should go in the same direction. Yes. And of course, if we apply twice this requirement, it says that if the changing the declared preference, the agent doesn't get a different assignment, then it means that the full allotment has to be the same. And this is what has been known as a non-bossy rule. So for this particular setting, then, when this total amount that has to be distributed, K, comes from precisely the units that everybody puts on the system, the individual rationality assumption makes a lot of sense. That is, the rule has to have the property that every agent receives an assignment that is at least as good as the units that he is putting in the system. Yes, so this is a notion relative to particular allotment. We have an allotment, individual rationality says that everybody should get something it is at least as good as the assignment at this allotment. And Topsoli says that only the rule depends only on the top, and so if this is Topsoli, you can write just the rule of using notation as just depending on the tops. The paper this paper in Gaines by Barbara Jackson and Neme, what they do is just characterize the set of strategy-proof, efficient, and replacement monotonic rules as the set of sequential allotment rules. If in addition, they also show that if in addition we ask for individual rationality with respect to particular allotment, then the class reduces to the subclass of sequential allotment rules where the rule at the extreme profiles where nobody asks at all anything, and the profile where everybody asks for everything, the rule has to give exactly this Q. And so among all the set of sequential allotment rules, if we add in addition individual rationality with respect to Q, now we will have to restrict the rule satisfying these extreme properties at these two extreme profiles. Yes. So sequential allotment rules might be thought as starting as a sequential process of assigning, allotting the units of the good in a sequential process. And this sequential process will start from two reference allotments. Yes, the Q upper bar is the reference allotments, guaranteed allotments for the agents that are used whenever there is a scarcity. And the Q lower bar is going to be the excess guaranteed allotment that is going to be used whenever there is excess. Yes? So if these two, so we have a profile, we have to use one or the other. If this one is not efficient relative to this profile, is not efficient, then it means that the rule has to correct to make efficient Pareto improvement. And the rules differ precisely on this pair of starting reference allotments and how this efficiency correction takes place. And this is why there are going to be many, many, many rules. In particular, you see for every pair of allotments, we will have different rules. And not only that, even rules sharing these two reference allotments, there will be different rules that solve the efficiency adjustment in a different way. Yeah. So how is this rule? I'm just going to give you the main intuition of how do they work. We have these two allotments as a reference. So take a profile. If the sum is equal to k, the rule has to select exactly this allotment. If the sum is still larger, so we have a scarcity and the symmetric case for the other case, then what we have to look whether what is the set of agents that is asking more than this guaranteed allotment. If this is everybody, then the rule gives exactly at this profile this guaranteed assignment. If not, then we have to look who is asking for less. Now those guys will receive exactly the top and they will leave. Now the remaining units that have not been allotted by giving the top to those guys, now we will have to be distributed among the remaining. Perhaps the best, and we keep doing until we finish the process. So perhaps the best way of understanding is just look at an example. For agents, k units to be allotted, and now we are going to assume that we will have a scarcity. So let's consider this allotment, that is it's an allotment, and assume, so we can represent this allotment in this figure. This is the set of units, and this is what receives agent 1, agent 2, agent 3, and agent 4. Yes? So this is a way of representing an allotment. These dots will have to sum up equal to 7 if it is an allotment. But we can also represent the profile of top. This is not going to be an allotment, but this is agent 1 gets 5, 1, 2, and 2. Yes? So how the sequential allotment rule proceeds, we have to identify what is the agents that are asking for less than the reference allotment, in this case, or equal. In this case, it's agent 2 and 4. Yes. So what we do, we give exactly these units to agent 2 and 4, and they just take those and they leave. Yes. Observe that now they are living with 2 and 1. So observe now that we have to allocate now, there are 3. So we have to relocate these 4 units. But Asian 3 already has here a guaranteed development of 1. So now we have to increase the guaranteed development of the agents that remain, 1 and 3. These additional 3 units that have to be allotted. In this case, so we are giving 2 additional units to Mr. 3 and 1 additional unit to Mr. 1, correct? So in this way, we have allotted the 4 units, and this is going to be a feasible allotment together with the already distributed units. And now we have to look what are the set of agents that is asking for less. And in this case, it's agent 3, so we give the top to agent 3, so with this 2, so 2 plus 2 plus 1, we have allotted already 2 units, so now we have to increase in 1 unit the reference allotment, guaranteed allotment of agent 1. Since he's the last one and he's asking for 4, he's going to receive exactly these 2 units. Observe that in this case, there are several properties we can just see of the rule by looking at the example. The first one is that either everybody receives the top, those are the agents that live along the process of this, along this sequential process. And so either the agent receives a top or receives something slightly less. And this is same-sidedness, which deals with the efficiency of the rule. Replacement monotonicity is captured by this idea, this property that the rule is reallocating the leftovers, that what has not been still assigned, in a monotonic way. So the reference allotments, the guaranteed allotments, are increasing monotonically in this case. Yes. Strategy proofness is obvious. Those guys already have the top. So let's look at somebody who is above, in this case, his top is above of what he receives. Observe that moving around is not producing any effect. The rule is constant with respect to any top on the right-hand side of 2 units. However, he can move only by moving in the other side, but this doesn't want, but agent 1 in this case doesn't want because he has single peak preferences. Yes, so this is the reason why they are strategy proof. By definition, there are stops only, and in particular, if we think a little bit, in this case, everybody will be above the reference allotment, so the rule will select the Q upper. Yes, so Lee, in 2017, presented this, what has been in this short period, relatively influential paper, by looking or by proposing an alternative notion that is obviously strategy proofness, that wants to capture the fact that in solve a little bit the problem that in the direct evaluation mechanism, to identify for agents that truth-telling is a dominant strategy might be relatively complex because it requires a lot of contingent reasoning. Everything happens, all the process of revelation happens in the heads of the agents. There is no partial information about how the preference of the agents look like, so everybody has to imagine that what happens if the others did something, what is my optimal decision? Yes. In order to solve that, or at least to provide mechanisms where the identification of the truth-telling as a dominant strategy is easy, he proposes this notion. This is an observation that were already done in the literature, for instance, in sealed bid second price auctions. This was a proportion of agents truth-telling is significantly smaller than, for instance, using the sequential ascending price English auction. Both give the same outcome, but to realize that truth-telling is a dominant strategy is easy in the ascending price auction because partially information is revealed. I don't have to have hypotheses what the others are doing. I see what they are doing. They're still in the race, so they are still willing to pay the amount where the price that is going up, it shows up now. So a rule, I'm going to define obvious strategy proofness in this particular setting already. So a rule is obvious strategy proof if there is an extensive form game. So we are looking for sequential mechanism. The set of players is n. The set of outcomes is the set of allotments. That has the following property. For every agent and for every preference that the agent may have, I should be able to identify a particular behavioral strategy in this game with the property that once I do for everybody, and everybody plays according to this strategy, the outcome of the game is the allotment that would have been selected by the rule precisely at this profile of preferences. And second, this behavioral strategy is obviously dominant in the extensive form game. And this is what is the new concept, what means to be obviously dominant in extensive game form. In this case, then again, we say that OSP implements the rule. Yes, what that means. Suppose that now we have an extensive game form. And so suppose you will see that this is very simple in our case. This is very, this is a strategy, that a behavioral strategy in this extensive form that can be attached to the behavior according to particular preference of the agent. Yes, so let's look at this strategy. Now consider any other strategy. Yes, so now let's look at, so since these two strategies are different, it means that at some place, at some node, let's assume we can do it, assume that this is a perfect information game, and so there exists a node where the two strategies differ for the first time. So this is an earliest point of departure between these two strategies. Yes. So let's be here. So observe that perhaps these two strategies this agent has played before, but in this case it means that if this is the earliest point, it means that the two strategies are behaving the same way. Or perhaps there are other earliest point of departure because other player that was playing before made different choices. Yes, but now assume that we are an earliest point of departure between these two strategies. The two strategies prescribe a different behavior. So the hypothesis to define obviously dominance is that, okay, let's look at the consequence from the point of view of the agents of choosing according to this behavioral strategy. What he does now is he's very pessimistic. So what he's going to look at is for all possible outcomes that may emerge as a consequence of the behavior of the others and his behavior using this particular strategy along the path. Yes, so there are many possible outcomes. Xi is the worst. Yes. Now, in contrast, so he's very pessimistic. In contrast, he evaluates the alternative strategy in a very optimistic way. That is, he looks for all potential outcomes that may follow this choice, and Yi in this case is going to be the best possible outcome among all those possible ones. Yes? And the requirement is that agent I should feel this worst possible outcome associated to this action, at least as good as the best possible outcome associated to this action. Yes. So whenever he's here, if this is the case, means that all those outcomes are better than all those outcomes. Pair by pair, take one here is at least as good as anyone here. So when it's here, the choice that is prescribed by this strategy is obviously optimal. In this case, this other choice. So obviously dominant require that this strategy is obviously dominant in this extensive game form for any alternative strategy, and for every earliest point of departure, this is the case. Yes, the pessimistic way of imputing the consequence of this strategy is at least as good as all the potential outcomes of behaving differently, in particular the best one. Yes, so this is the notion of course, this is going to be very extreme behavioral hypothesis, and hence is going to be very demanding requirement. Yes, so the literature has already shown complete impossibility results. Yes, for instance, Leeat himself showed that the top 3 cycles, that is a strategy proof, but it is not obviously strategy proof. As Lagin Kolonzowski showed that the ferret acceptance algorithm looking for only the incentives of one side in the market is a strategy proof, but it's not obviously strategy proof. There are also partial results, partial possibilities that essentially restricted the domain where those mechanisms are applied, and even in the original paper, Lee has a positive result on particular setting of binary allocation problems with quasi-linear preferences. There are also, so the difficulty, part of the difficulty of this notion is the fact that we have to show the existence of a game in extensive form. For strategy proofness, the revelation principle tells us that we don't have to worry. We have to just concentrate on the direct revelation mechanism, and that's all. Ask that truth-telling be a dominant strategy. Here, the notion depends on the existence of this extensive form. And hence, this is one of the difficulties. So this explains why there are several papers that have been looking for revelation principle-like results to apply the notion of obvious strategy proof. I mean, one of those papers is precisely Mackenzie. It's a beautiful paper in which he gives the family of rules, of mechanisms that one can restrict with a loss of generality if he's looking for obvious strategy proof mechanism. And there are other results also. So the main theorem of our paper with Pablo and Alejandro is what they said at the beginning. And it's a statement saying that all sequential element rules, that they are not only Fisher and replacement monotonic, but they are also obviously strategy proof. They are not only strategy proof, but they are also obviously strategy proof. Perhaps the main part of the contribution is that we are able to show it in a constructive way. That is, for each sequential element rule, we construct an extensive form that will depend very much on the rule, because we want to implement the rule with the property that truth-telling in this game is obviously dominant. Yes? So the proof is constructed. And it's constructing, we are using an algorithm. So we are using a general algorithm. I give just two properties. So the construction is in two tiers. The first tier, we propose general traits of this algorithm. Yes. At each of these steps, we select a player and an assignment for the player that can be interpreted as a guaranteed assignment. So select an agent and a number of units, and we say, okay, here you can just take this one, and you will receive at the end. Yes. If the agent chooses this, he will not play anymore, and at the end will receive this amount. And then he gets into the set of what we call stop agents, because they want to stop with this guaranteed amount. If he asks for more, represented with this plus, then the guaranteed assignment might go up in 1 unit, perhaps later on. Yes, and he gets into the U set, the set of players that want to go up. Yes, he may play later on, or he may not. But in any case, if he plays, he will be in this set that they want to go up. And he asks for less, then he gets into this, and perhaps the next guaranteed assignment will decrease, but perhaps he will not play anymore. Yes. So just the plus and the minus, since this could be, this beta could be 0, could be k, just this will be denoting the maximum between -1 and 0, and this will be denoting the maximum of beta plus 1 and k. Yes? So if the process determinates before the agent leaves, then the agent gets his guaranteed assignment. Yeah? And now the guaranteed assignments will evolve through the algorithm by assuring that all proposed guarantees are feasible. Yes? And those paths have to be monotonic, are specific to the agents, and that's what we call monotonous and individualized algorithm. Yes? The second tier is now how we choose this agent and the guaranteed assignment at any step of the algorithm. And the idea is we are going to use precisely the rule. The rule will tell me, so this MIA algorithm leaves open some of the selections of the pair of the agent and the guaranteed assignment. Now, this selection has to be a particular one once we have a rule that we want to implement in obviously dominant strategies. Yes. So fix now, just to give the example for individual rational rule, take a rule. Now suppose that is individual rational, so this is the case. So now this is the guaranteed allotment that will be used at the beginning, is Q. Now we start with an agent, and what we want is to classify the agents according to QI, whether they would like to get more, or they would like to get less, or they would like to get the valid one. So we do sequentially, we're offering to every agent this guaranteed allotment, and starting for agent 1, then agent 2, up to agent n. So the stage A consists just on, has as an objective, the classification of the agents according to whether they want more or less or equal amounts, units, with respect to the guaranteed allotment Q. Yes. So what they offer to them is precisely whether they want Q less or more. Yes. And depending on this choice, they get into the down, S, or up sets. Yes. So at the end of this stage A, what we got is a partition of the agents according to their wills with respect to this original warranty allotment. Yes. So if one of these two sets is empty, then we stop, and the outcome is Q. Observe that in this case it means that this is efficient, so we stop. Otherwise, it means if the two sets are non-empty, now we go to stage B. And what does the stage B? The stage B does precisely the specific Pareto improvements that have to be carried out from Q by identifying the agent, one agent that wants more and an agent that wants less, and carrying the transfer of one unit among them. Yes. So stage B now have several steps. So that can be just the first step just after stage A, or stage B, BT minus 1 that comes from a previous stage B. Yes. So we choose these two agents, and now we are going to offer to them. So, and we are also carrying out the so far guaranteed allotment. Now, what we are going to offer to the agent that is in up, an additional unit that the previous guaranteed allotment, and the agent that is in down, we are offering a guaranteed allotment that has 1 unit less than what he had just selected earlier. Yes. So, and now this guy in up just might take this or say, no, I want more. And the guy in down might say, I want this better or I want less. And now the agent is classified according to their wills. Yes. So the output of stage B is again the new partition of the agents and the new guaranteed allotments that now are taking care of this decreasing and this increasing. Yes, because now we are setting the new guaranteed assignment as this initial guaranteed assignment in the step. Yes. If these two sets are non-empty, go to stage T plus 1. If one of them is empty, we stop. And the point is that this outcome after this process is precisely the allotment selected by the rule at the profile of preferences. That behavior is obtained. Yes. Observe that how we select these two agents, it will depend on the particular rule. So we are using the rule to identify precisely these two agents, and this is the particular way we do. So we look at somehow not so string allotments, and the agent, so if you look at here, so everybody's at the Q, yes, the guys are at up where as they wanted K, and the agents that are in down, we just subtract 1 unit, yes? And now since the original Q was an allotment, now, and those guys are asking for less, so, and there is, at least there is 1 guy in up, so this that everybody should receive less or equal, yes? So, but this, they are receiving less or equal, and at least there is 1 guy in down, it means that somebody in up has to receive 1 unit, at least 1 unit more than the original in Q. So this is why there exists an agent that has this property. Now, once we have this identified this agent, now we look at the image of the rule when this agent is asking exactly for 1 additional unit. The people, the agents in down, they ask for 0, and everybody else, they ask for Q. Since Q was a feasible allotment, and there are at least 1 agent in down, and this sums up less than K, somebody has to be, everybody should receive more than what they are getting, yes? But if they are receiving more than what they're getting, it means that in this case, this guy, should be 1 guy who is receiving exactly less, because this guy is receiving more. So it's the original qubit plus 1, so it should be somebody in down that is receiving it. So I think my time is completely over, so I would stop here. So in the paper, what we do is we define the general algorithm and to describe exactly how to tailor it for each particular sequential alignment rule, and then show the result that induces the rule if players behave according to truth-telling, and truth-telling is obviously not. So thank you very much. It has been a pleasure. I think now in a few days we will turn up to the questions. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jordi. Anyone has a question? Utku, I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So, hello. So, Jordi, I have a question about your model and its connection to Sprumon's model in a more detail. And so, let's think about the model. Let's look at this. There's k units, yeah. But instead of increasing by 1, we increase by epsilon. Okay, and this epsilon is some discrete unit. Okay, so now we are in your world, which is the allotment model, but everything is defined by this epsilon increments. So if this epsilon goes to 0, do we get at the limit Sprumon's model, or and then I guess everything you said can be, if that is the case, there's this kind of equivalence, everything you can set can be transferred, and I think even you can define a monotonic function. Instead of asking whether you want one more, you just increase everybody's like very slowly and people say, okay, that's it, that's enough, or something like that. I don't know. Okay, so that's my question.
Okay, we haven't thought about this idea of approximating. What we thought is about the question of dealing directly with the Sprumon model. And the difficulty of the continuous case is because as you start looking for games where the sequence of play is a continuous one, you realize that there are difficulties. There are papers by Carlos Ferrer and co-authors, and the main difficulty is to define behavioral strategies. In this case, the earliest point of departure might not be well defined. In fact, what is difficult is to define behavioral strategies. Now, the important here is not one unit, it's the point that is discrete. This is also an approach that has been taken from all these obviously strategy-proof implementations. Leeds himself in the interpretation of the Vicky Clark growth mechanism also uses this discretization. And I think the reason is this difficulty of defining behavioral strategies. Now, as soon as this is finite, we can do, as soon as discrete, we can do exactly what we are doing. And I guess that now you may see that, in fact, what you are implementing in the continuous way by this set of obviously dominant strategies for each element in the grid. And if you look at the limit, I guess this would give you the truth-telling strategy in the original, in the original game. So we haven't thought about the approximation. We went directly to look at the continuous, and we realized that which was too difficult. And some moment we thought we will think about later, but in fact we never did. But the feeling is that it should be a problem. But it's indeed exactly the discrete version. I think the first people who started to look at this version is Carmen Herrero and Ricardo Martinez. They have a paper, I think, in this serious paper of the Spanish Economic Association in honor of Salvador, that they study precisely the discrete version. In the discrete version, the issue then is the anonymity. And then you can use the anonymity as Sprumon does, because, for instance, you have 3 units, two individuals with the same preference, so there is no river. So what they were doing in this paper, where they started with this discrete model, is precisely have some notion of anonymity restricted to the maximum anonymity. So you have one guy, 3 units, all of them want 2 units, then you should give either 2, 1 or 1, 2. Yes, but this is a common feature of all this implementation in obviously dominant strategy, the discretization. And I think the reason is the difficulty of defining the earliest point of departure in an extensive form that evolves not discretely but a continuous way, even to define behavioral strategies.
So
this has been solved, but if you look at the paper now, you said, okay, let's do it later, yes, because it's a difficult.
I totally understand. Actually, I was thinking of a different game, not the game that you are. It is similar, but maybe a different game. So you still have finite.
Yeah, but the point is has to be parsimonious. Yes, for instance, you cannot jump here to units.
Yeah, exactly. That
because now you regret of saying
exactly.
Yes. So suppose that I am at 2, and now I am offered 2 or 3, and I say 3 because 3 is my top. But now suppose that it jumps to 4. But now with my top in 3, I prefer 2 to 4. And then I would like to come back, and then you might lose obviously strategy proof if you jump too quickly. And this is the idea that the mechanism is doing in a unit by unit all the time in a slow way. And the reason is that I don't regret of saying I want to go up, because if I will be able to stop it. Whenever I am offered my top, I will stop. So if my top is below, I am offered an assignment that is below my top, I say I want to go up. Why? Because eventually I will reach to my top assignment, and then I will be able to stop. But if it jumps, then I may overshoot. And then not truth telling will be
yeah, we can talk later. I may have some other idea, but
yes. So I think it's a technical issue, but it's also in the same idea of obviously strategy proof. Yes.
Thank you. Very nice.
You're welcome. Yes.
Any other questions?
I have. Yeah. I just. Can I go?
Sure.
Yes.
No, I wanted to ask about a possible characterization of the class of obviously strategy proof rule in this context. Maybe I missed it, but did you say anything about it, or do you have anything to say about that problem?
Yes. Well, what we are doing is just realizing that in the original characterization of strategy proofness of Barbara, Jackson, Meme, using efficiency and replacement monotonicity, that is the class of rules that are strategy proof, efficient, and replacement monotonic, is the class of the sequential element rules. What we are doing in this case is just doing, there is this technical way of reading it. We are doing the technical point of saying in this characterization, you can replace strategy proofness by obviously strategy proof, and all the rule remain. Although the notion is stronger, we are not losing any rule by requiring the additional part. Although our point of view is not as much this, if you wish, this technical or additional or redundant characterization of the class of obviously strategy proof. The point is that if you think about the rules, it took us some time to have this way of describing the rules, because if you see the 97 paper, the definition is very complicated, and the reason is because the reassignment of the units of the guys that stay may depend on how much have been assigned to everybody else, the preferences, and many, many things. So the class is huge, and hence it's difficult to describe. The point is that if you are facing a rule and I have to submit my preference, it means that I have to understand very well the rule to realize that truth telling is dominant. In this case, I don't even have to understand the rule. Wherever, sometimes I will be called to play, and they will say, here, you can take 7, or you can take 6, or perhaps less later, or you want to go up and perhaps more later. What do you want? 7 or less or more? Yes? And the point is that if my top is 7, I say 7. If my top is larger, I say 1 more. Yes. Every time I will have to play, my decision is extremely simple, because I am confronted always with a terminal decision, or in the first case, going up and down, one of them, the one that I prefer, and later on, when I have played, then I face only sure allotment, sure assignment, or going up if I am in the upset. Yes, and this decision is very simple, because the truth telling is obvious that I should take the assignment that I'm being offered if it's my top, and I should say I want to go up if my top assignment is larger. So the behavior that is required to play those games, although we were making fun among ourselves, because we say, this is so complicated, because the construction is a bit complicated for the non-individual rational rules. To make so easy for the agents to realize that truth-telling is an obviously dominant strategy. And it's a little bit the case, yes? The game is difficult to describe, but the decisions of the players inside the game are straightforward. In the direct revelation mechanism of a sequential allotment rule, may be very difficult to understand that truth-telling is dominant, because you have to understand exactly how the rule behaves, and this is not trivial, I think. So I think that more than just, I don't know, in fact, what we are doing is adding, instead of a strategy proof, we add obviously strategy proof in the original characterization of Barbara Jackson. But this, I think, is a I don't know, this is a less interesting interpretation of the results. I think what we are doing is suggesting a way of implementing the rules, but a mechanism which is very easy to identify truth-telling as a dominant strategy. That's the point. And also in the context of this literature, most of results are negative. And the reason is, I was going to say obvious, is because obvious strategy proofness is very demanding. So many results are negative, and even in situations where there are a lot of strategy rules, the ones that survive and are also obviously strategy proof is a very, very small set. So in some sense, this is an example, which I think is the first one, where we know a huge class of strategy proof that all of them remain obviously strategy proof, and hence we have a way of implementing them by agents that have contingent reasoning limitations.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up there. In this context, then, strategy proofness and obvious strategy proofness are equivalent in the presence of efficiency and this
replacement monotonicity.
welfare dominance property. Can you prove the equivalence directly, or with just within the class of efficient rule, for example, or with that? How critical? Suppose you were to try to prove this equivalence. How critical would those other properties be? Or maybe they're not equivalent with that.
I cannot imagine a way of proving it that just by exhibiting a game. So what we do, in fact, is give me a rule which is sequential. So is a strategy proof efficient and replacement monotonic rule. So how we prove our result is just by saying, okay, for every sequential allotment rule, we are able to construct the extensive game form for having the property that truth-telling is an obviously dominant strategy. So I cannot see another way, because the problem of obvious strategy proof is precisely that there exists an extensive form that they can implement in this new notion of dominance. And this is actually the difficulty of the notion, because and this is also some moment of the video, now I mention it, but the problem of obvious strategy proof is that we don't have the revelation principle like result. The revelation principle result says if a rule is a strategy proof, don't worry, look at the direct revelation mechanism. So we don't have to spend time looking for instance, in other equilibrium notions. Now the question is, what is the game to implement the rules? For strategy proof, we don't have that, because we know that with a lot of generality, we can look at the direct revelation mechanism. The notion of obvious strategy proof, precisely the difficulty, is that the notion is the existence of an extensive inform. And the question is how we construct this. And this is also a reason of why many of the results in the literature have gone to the identification of revelation-like principles for particular problems. If the problem is of this nature, then without loss of generality, you can restrict yourself to this class of extensive informs. The problem is that if I have a particular rule, then I will not know which one I have to choose, because depending on the one that I choose, the game will implement one or the other, and this is exactly our difficulty here. The difficulty is precisely is not to prove obviously dominant. The difficulty is that to make sure that the game that is specific to the rule implements that rule and not another one. And this is what is for non-individual rational rules that takes some work. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jordi. So time is off, but maybe someone has one more question. Okay, so thank you, Jordi.
Okay, thank you very much. It has been a pleasure, an honor.
So next session is in 8 minutes. Thank you. And have a good night, Jordi.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
So. Okay, so it is noon in Mexico City, and we have our next session. So we have our next session, which is the first of the prize winner sessions by Pietro Ortoleva. So should we be starting right now? So let's wait one more minute to have more people. Anybody present? Seems like people are still taking the break. Okay, let's start. So first, the few words of introduction by Arunava. Okay, let's start.
It's a great honor for me to introduce the winners of the Social Choice Prize for the
first,
year 2020.
the few words of introduction by Arunava.
It's a great honor for me to introduce the winners of the Social Choice Prize for the year 2020. Pietro Ortoleva is Professor of Economics and Public Affairs at the Department of Economics and the School of Public and International Affairs, Princeton University.
Okay,
Earlier, he was
let's
a faculty
start.
member in the Department of Economics at Columbia University and the California Institute
First,
of Technology.
the few words of introduction
Pietro completed his
by
Laurea in Economics at the University of
Arunava.
Torino and his PhD at New York University. Pietro's main contributions are in behavioral economics, but within that field, his work is very broad. At its core is a desire to understand decision processes from multiple perspectives. A lot of his work is an elegant attempt at modeling well-documented empirical observations. He also uses the experimental method very effectively to develop deep insights about behavior. His early work studied the phenomenon of Pietro's main contributions are in behavioral economics, but within that field, his work is very broad. At its core is a
wrong. Sorry, something went wrong.
It's a great honor for me to introduce the winners of the Social Choice Prize for the year 2020. Pietro Ortoleva is Professor of Economics and Public Affairs at the Department of Economics and the School of Public and International Affairs, Princeton University. Earlier, he was a faculty member in the Departments of Economics at Columbia University and the California Institute of Technology. Pietro completed his Laurea in Economics at the University of Torino and his PhD at New York University. Pietro's main contributions are in behavioral economics, but within that field, his work is very broad. At its core is a desire to understand decision processes from multiple perspectives. A lot of his work is an elegant attempt at modeling well-documented empirical observations. He also uses the experimental method very effectively to develop deep insights about behavior. His early work studied the phenomenon of the status quo bias within a multiple trial framework and that of incomplete preferences under uncertainty. He has contributed to the literature on reference-dependent choice behavior, including the problem of endogenizing the reference point. A lot of his work is an elegant attempt in decision-making under this. Pietro's work has helped us further understand behavior that is influenced by the certainty of fate, i.e. the decision-maker's attraction towards risk-free prospects. His early work studied the phenomenon. His work has also shown us deep connections between the two most well-known and enduring paradoxes in decision theory, that of the alley paradox and the Ellsworth paradox. In recent years, his work has looked both theoretically and experimentally into the phenomenon of decision-makers demonstrating a preference for randomized behavior that is influenced. Pietro's work is important for social choice for several reasons. Some of it bridges behavioral economics and political economy, the latter essentially being positive social choice. This includes, for example, his work on overconfidence in politics. The connection between behavioral economics and social choice will only be further strengthened in the future. Most of Pietro's work is also founded on the axiomatic method. In both spirit and substance, it is intimately related to the method. Social choice for several reasons. Finally, let me quote from his nomination statement. Pietro is amongst the most impressive economists of his generation and certainly at the very top in the behavioral economics field. His research touches on so many areas and important questions that it is impossible to design a syllabus in decision theory without repeatedly most of Pietro's work is also founded. Congratulations again. Method in both spirit and substance is intimately related to the method. Social choice for several reasons. It's a great honor for me to introduce you.
Sorry for the slight mishap. Technology is not our friend today.
Ortoleva, and I am, it's a pleasure to be here, and I am presenting today a paper that is my new work with Simona Cerrea-Vioglio and David Dillenberger that is called Caution and Reference Effects. So let me share some slides. What is the basic idea of this paper? That essentially what we want to do is to try to give a new spin using the idea of caution to understand a variety of different behavioral phenomena that thus far has been typically modeled using different means. So let me illustrate. Sorry. So consider the following four big items that I would claim are at the core of behavioral economics. The endowment effect, which is the fact that people tend to value more objects once they're in their possession than when they're not. Present bias, the fact that people violate exponential discounting by discounting more to the present. Loss aversion, which can be understood as an asymmetry in the valuation gains and losses that manifests itself in the rejection of symmetric bets. And the certainty effect, which is the violations of expected utility in the direction of liking certainty. Now, if you're not familiar with these, I'm going to remind you what they are a little bit more slowly later. But the fundamental idea and the point I want to get across is that these are four of the big items at the core of behavioral economics. Typically, if you look at the class in behavioral economics, every class includes these four items, plus typically, other regarding preferences. And these are probably the most characteristic elements of a behavioral economics class these days. Of course, there's many models that try to address them. And some of these are fantastically popular for good reasons. One of them is the model of cumulative prospect theory, of course, of Kahneman and Tversky, that is built on two pillars. There's two main pillars to explain this behavior. One pillar is a conceptual idea, which is the idea that losses loom larger than gains. It is that the way we suffer from a loss is more pronounced than the happiness we get from a gain of an equal magnitude, right? So there is a fundamental asymmetry in our treatment of gains and losses. And cumulative prospect theory uses this to explain loss aversion and the endowment effect. On the other hand, the other pillar of cumulative prospect theory is probability weighting, which is the idea that decision makers don't use probabilities for what they are, but in their evaluation, they weight probabilities based on some, on some psychological factor. And this is used to explain the certainty factor. So this is cumulative prospect theory. To explain present bias, there are many models. One of the most well-known ones is the beta-delta model that essentially says that agents have a non-exponential discounting in that they discount future to future using essentially exponential, but when it comes to discounting to the present, there is an extra element, the beta in the beta-delta model, that leads us to present bias. So these are not the only papers. There are hundreds of papers about this phenomena, but by far the most popular ones. What do we do here? Here, what we're going to try to do is that we're going to instead suggest a novel, unified approach. And it's going to be built on the idea that our decision maker doesn't know which utility they should use. And not knowing what to do, they act with caution in deciding, in deciding their action. I'm going to show you that this story, the fact that you don't know your utility and you act with caution, the two elements together generate, in a model, all the four phenomena above. So the first contribution is that we're going to give you a story that generates all of these. We're going to try to do something a little bit more ambitious. I'm going to present to you a result. Limited time is not going to allow me to explain everything, but I'm going to present at least hint to some result that shows how this behavior can be formally connected, in the sense that we're going to argue that you can understand both the endowment effect and present bias and loss aversion as manifestation of a special type of multidimensional certainty effect. So I'm going to connect them precisely. This model will be an extension of our previous work of a paper called Cautious Respect Utility that me, Simon, and David published in 2015. But of course, it's going to extend it, and then it's going to show this new phenomenon. This was a paper that studied the certainty effect. Now we're going to take a similar model and show how this maps into the endowment effect, loss aversion, present bias. Crucially, I will try to argue that our approach is conceptually and behaviorally different from existing models, meaning not only we give a different story, but also we can capture behaviors that existing models cannot capture, and vice versa. In fact, I will show that our model is completely distinct from a cumulative prospect. And finally, this distinction, I will argue, is going to be useful to organize some of the existing evidence. So I will try to convince you that our approach is useful to understand some of the data that we have. This is where we are. So before I tell you how we study this phenomena, let me just briefly remind you of what these phenomena are. The first phenomenon we want to study is the certainty effect, which is the violation of expected utility in the direction of overvaluing risk-free alternative or certain alternative. The most famous example is probably the Allais common ratio effect, according to which agents are asked to choose between 3,000 for sure and 4,000 with probability 0.8, 0 otherwise. And in this case, they choose 3,000 for sure. And the choice between 3,000 for sure, 3,000 probability 25%, 0 otherwise, and 4,000 probability 0.2. And in this case, they choose D. And this pattern, choosing A here and D here, is incompatible with expected utility because, as you can probably see, C is nothing but A mixed with 0, probability 75%, and D is nothing but B mixed with 0, probability 75%, which means that under expected utility, because of the independence axiom, connected to the independence axiom, A better than B if and only if C better than D. So we have a violation of expected utility in the direction of like inserted. What is the endowment effect? The endowment effect, instead of something unrelated to risk, is the observation that is made famous in the famous Kahneman Nation Taylor mugs experiment, in which so the famous experiment goes as follows. Subjects are divided in two groups. One of these two groups is given a mug. They can look at it, and then they have to decide how much money they want to sell it. You know, this is the willingness to accept, the minimum amount of money they are willing to accept to let go of this mug. A second group is instead offered to examine the same mugs and ask how much money they would be willing to pay for this mug. And the critical finding is that the willingness to pay for people who don't have the mug is typically lower, significantly lower, than the willingness to accept of people who do own the mug, essentially going against the idea that there is a unique value of this object. Loss aversion. The third phenomenon is loss aversion. Now, loss aversion is used in many ways in the literature. Here, I'm going to understand it as the idea of rejection of symmetric bets. That is, suppose that I ask you, do you want x with probability 1/2, or minus x, or minus x with probability 1/2, or do you prefer 0? That is not to bet. Do you accept this bet? And most people, the loss aversion is the observation that most people prefer 0. So it's a rejection of symmetric bets, which of course is nothing but a form of risk aversion around 0, but that has specific meaning because it says that our treatment of gains and losses has some nature of asymmetry of some type. And finally, completely different, a different setup, a different environment, present bias. What is present bias? Is the observation that decision makers don't follow exponential discounting, but overemphasize the present. In particular, our decision maker may be indifferent between y at time tau and x at times tau plus t. So going from y to x compensates for the extra period. But when we move it to 0, so when the starting point is 0, now they prefer the 0 payment, which is something that is impossible with exponential discounting as a violation of stationarity, but it is and it's the idea of present bias. Now, what I want you to look at is that these four phenomena are very different things. Two of them have to do with risk, although one is about risk for gains, the other one is about the symmetry of risk, gains, and loss. One is about buying and selling objects that are not necessarily risky, so conceptually unrelated to risk. Another one has to do with intertemporal allocation, that is completely unrelated, on paper unrelated. So the question is that, is there a way to see these phenomena in a unified lens and capturing them as stemming from a same sort of conceptual intuition? So this is how we're going to address the problem with a model that is called cautious utility. That is, let me define the setup. The space I'm going to operate in, I'm going to think about a world in which we have a compact set A that lives in Rk, where K is a multi-commodity space. So think about each dimension as representing money today, or mugs, or pens, or money tomorrow. For example, if I want to think about intertemporal choice, I can think about each dimension as a date. So I can think about money today, money tomorrow, money in 3 years, and so on. Or if I'm thinking about buying and selling, I can think about one dimension as being mugs, the other one money. Now, for now, I'm going to keep dimension 1 to represent money today. And the objects I want to study is a complete and transitive preference relation over lotteries over A. Okay. So what I'm doing is that I'm studying preference over lotteries over these bundles. Again, nothing standard. This is, I'm taking Econ 101 setup and I'm putting lotteries on it. Let me just remind you of a bit of notation that, of course, you're all familiar with. If EI denotes a normal vector, zeros everywhere except one in dimension I, and if X is a scalar, then XEI is nothing but the vector. It is 0 everywhere except X at dimension Y, X dimension I. So in this context, I can define the cautious utility model. And let me go somewhat slowly here, because this model is the core of our, is the model we're going to operate. So to define it, the first thing I'm going to need is that I'm going to need a notion of monetary equivalence. Let me define them. I'm going to say that if V is a utility function, I'm going to define, and P is a lottery over these bundles, I'm going to define the monetary equivalence by CPV, which is the amount Z, such that the utility of getting Z dollars, that is Z of dimension 1, which is money, remember dimension 1 is money, is the same utility of that lottery. So the monetary equivalent is the amount of dollars that makes you indifferent with the lottery if you have utility. Now, given this, I can define my model, which is the cautious utility model, that says that my decision maker has not one utility, but a set of utilities. And they evaluate a lottery over these bundles by doing the following. For each utility, they compute the monetary equivalent, and then they pick the smallest one of these to make their evaluation. Now, what is the logic here? Well, this model has two fundamental tenets. One is the fact that the agent has multiple utilities, and the other is that the agent is using caution to select. So the idea that the agent uses multiple utilities, you can think about it this way. Suppose that my agent is evaluating these bundles. The agent may be unsure of how to aggregate this. The agent may look at the board and says, well, I don't know how to evaluate what is the right trade-off between money and mugs. I'm not sure. I'm going to entertain multiple ones. Okay, so that's something the agent can do. Now, the model says the agent entertains a bunch of these utilities. And, of course, once you have multiple utilities, how do you make a choice? How do you, which one do you use? The model says, use the most pessimistic one. Use caution. That is, use the utility that gives you the smallest value. And this is the second tenet. So, tenet number 1, multiple utilities. Tenet number 2, caution in using them. Now notice, you might look at this and say, yeah, but why using the monetary equivalence? Why don't we have the info of the expected utility? Why aren't we just doing that? Why mapping into this monetary equivalence? And there's a reason, and the reason is the following. Think about it for a second. Suppose we didn't do the monetary equivalence. Suppose that here we just did the inf of the certainty equivalent, of the expected utility. Then what would we be doing? We would be making a comparison across utilities. But when you were a child, your grandma told you never to make comparison across utilities. Utilities are designed to make comparison within utilities. Comparison across utilities are subject to all sorts of concerns, normalizations, units and so on. The most kosher way of approaching the problem is to bring everything down to the same unit of measure, which is, in our case, monetary amounts. And this is what we're doing. Now, this model already, as I write it, you can probably see that gives rises to the certainty effect that is may lead to non-expected utility behavior in the direction of the certainty effect. And I know it. Why? Because this model is an extension to a multi-commodity space of a previous model that me, David, and Simone published in 2015, is the one I was telling you about, called cautious expected utility. There we only thought about monetary lotteries, not lotteries over bundle, and we defined the equivalent model. We showed that this model can generate a certainty effect. Intuitively, this is the case because this model, in this model, the monetary equivalent of a sure amount of money is always that sure amount of money, so the inf doesn't matter. Okay, now let me briefly tell you why do we think this model is interesting and where is this model coming from, and this is going to be important. I'm going to show you that this model is characterized by an axiom that captures the certainty effect. So I'm going to ask you to consider the following axiom: negative certainty independence, which is a generalization of an axiom that my co-author David introduced in a 2010 paper. And it's the following idea: my decision maker. So the starting point is the independence axiom that says that P is better than Q if and only if P remains better than Q even after I mix them with other items. Now here, what I want to do is that I want to generalize the independence axiom by allowing for the certainty effect. Well, here's one way to do it: to just say that at the very least, an independence-like property should hold whenever I'm looking at a lottery that is better than a sure amount. So let's see. What we're saying here is that, look, suppose that I have P that is better than, what is this? A sure amount of money, right? This is the general lottery gives me X dollars for sure. Now my agent likes sure amounts. And in this case, he's saying, well, I prefer a sure amount, but in this case, this lottery is better than the sure amount. So this lottery got to be pretty good. Well, if it was pretty good when compared with the sure amount, it must remain pretty good after I mix everything. Because after I mix it, what happens is that the sure amount may no longer be sure. So it's maybe losing its certainty appeal. We would claim that this axiom captures exactly the idea of certainty bias and of the certainty effect. In fact, it's deeply related to the definition of certainty effect given by Kahneman-Tversky. And what you can prove, and what we show in the paper, is that together with some basic axiom, transitivities, continuities, monotonicity, this kind of stuff, this axiom gives us the cautious utility model. And the opposite axiom, which is where I flip everything, gives us the anti-cautious utility model, which is the equivalent model with a bunch of utility, but with a suit. This is not too surprising because it's an extension of this is extending our 2015 result. So now I'm going to show you how this model in the multi-risk commodity space can generate an endowment effect and loss aversion. Let me define these things. I'm going to say that an agent is loss averse if they prefer 0 for sure to a lottery pays X or minus X with a equal probability, loss seeking otherwise. And then I can also define a willingness to pay and a willingness to accept of a certain amount of a certain item. I'm going to say that the willingness to pay is the amount that makes you indifferent between 0 and getting M units of that item, I, and foregoing a certain number of units of item 1, which is money. So this is what I get to when I sell. While a willingness to accept is the minimum you're willing to accept to sell M units of item I, which means that is the amount that makes you indifferent between letting go of M units of item I and acquiring a certain amount of units of item 1, which is money. And of course, what I want to show is that WTI is bigger than WTP because that's endowment. Now, how is the commodity prospect theory studying these problems? By assuming that utility functions that are asymmetric and that losses loom larger gains. Here instead, I would like to stay neutral. And I would like to keep some symmetry. I'm going to show you that I can do it even preserving neutrality. And how am I going to do it? I'm going to think about, here's the way I'm going to define it. I'm going to, for any function, I can define the conjugate of this function, the symmetric reflection of this function as the function that is f bar as minus f equal to minus f of minus x. And I'm going to call a function odd if it's equal to f bar. What does it mean? A function is odd whenever it's symmetric around 0. That is, whenever I take the projection around 0, it remains symmetric. Why is it called odd? Because power functions with an odd exponent are odd. Then I'm going to say that what I'm going to assume is that remember here I have a set of utilities. I'm going to assume that my set is odd, by which I mean that either every function in the set is odd, or that if I have a function that is not odd, that is asymmetric, the opposite asymmetry is there. That is, as a whole, my set maintains, if I have ever deviate in one direction, I will deviate in the other direction. But if you want, for now, you can think about every function there being odd, which is something we can give behavioral foundation. And now the key result I want us to, build all of this up to get to is the following. Proposition, give me the cautious utility model with an odd set, then this model will be exhibit the endowment effect and loss aversion. While if you give me the anti-caution, again maintaining the odd set, then this model is going to generate the opposite of the endowment effect and the opposite of loss aversion. It is what I'm showing you is that even if you give me quite a bit of symmetry, if we are neutral about the symmetry, if you have multiple utilities and you take the inf, you have caution, you get the endowment effect and loss aversion. Well, if you do the opposite, you get the opposite. And conceptually, I want you to see that this is showing that under some assumptions of symmetry, this is showing that because the cautious utility model is characterized by the certainty effect in the appropriate space, is telling us that the certainty, if I impose the certainty effect, I get the endowment effect and loss aversion. And if I impose the opposite, I get the opposite. So it's proving how these behaviors are related. And for us to understand it, let me go through an example, which at the end of the day is the core of the paper. If you understand this example, essentially the theorem or the proposition shows that this example is generic. And the way I want you to think about this world is that think about a world in which I have two dimensions that are money and mugs. So I have just two dimensions. Now remember, the core of the model is that you have a set of utilities. And here I'm thinking about the simplest stuff I can write. Again, nothing special about this, it's just simple. Utility of money and mugs is the number of money, amount of money plus the mugs, or amount of money plus twice the number of mugs. These are two basic utilities, the simplest I can write. Notice that both utilities are completely symmetric, there's nothing special about gains and losses, but these utilities are different in that they entail a different trade-off between money and mugs. Because according to the first utility, one mug is equal to $1. According to the second utility, one mug is $2. This is going to drive everything. So let's see. Let's compute the WTP and the WTA. Suppose I do the WTP. Well, what is the WTP? Is the amount Z that makes me different between 0 and minus ZM. But the value of 0 is 0. Well, the value of minus ZM is what? Well, it's the minimum of the values for each of the utilities, which is either minus Z plus M or minus Z plus 2M. But now, look, which one of the smallest? Well, of course, if M is positive, it's minus Z plus M. So to get the value of Z, I set it equal to 0 because I need the indifference. And so I get that the WTP is equal to M. Conversely, suppose I do the WTA. I have zeros indifferent to R minus M, right? Because now I'm acquiring R dollars and letting go of M units. I do the same trick, but now these numbers are R minus M and R minus 2M. And the key observation is that, of course, now which one is smaller? Now it's R minus 2M, which means that WTA is equal to 2M, which means that the WTA is equal to 2M, which is strictly bigger than the WTP, which is the endowment effect. Now, what is going on? Let me tell you a story. The story is my agent doesn't know what is the right trade-off between money and mugs, either $1 or $2 per mug. Now, not only the agent doesn't know the trade-off, but the agent is also pessimistic. He's acting with caution. So let's think about it. When you're selling, what are you worried about? You're worried that you're selling something that is actually very good, not for the right amount of money. So when you're selling, which trade-off do you use? Well, the one for which the money is the best object. So you want a lot of money. So you want 2M. Instead, when you're buying, what are you worried about? What you're worried about is that you're buying an object that is not really valuable. Therefore, if you're cautious, which utility are you using? The one with the lowest trade-off, just $1. Hence, the endowment effect. Now, I want to claim that this approach is different from the cumulative prospect theory approach because it's coming from not knowing what is the right exchange with objects and applying caution. And we claim that this helps us organize the evidence of the endowment effect, which is according to which the endowment effect tends to be stronger for objects that agents are less familiar with. Now, I'm not going to have time because we're almost out of time, but you can probably start seeing that the similar logic is going to give you loss aversion, and you can imagine a similar logic giving you present bias with a decision maker who is unsure about how to aggregate things intertemporally, because maybe my decision maker may be unsure of what the utility function is going to be next period. My agent may be unsure about that. And what we do in the paper is that we also show that this model is not only different as a story, but there's no intersection with the cumulative prospect theory model. Now, of course, this paper is not unrelated to, it's related to a lot of literature. I didn't have time, but of course, we're standing on a lot of shoulders here. We build up on a lot on the literature of, especially on incomplete preferences that relates to many of these behavior. The big difference that we have with much of this literature is that we use the notion of caution. So just to conclude, what do we do in this paper? We have a novel approach to study biases in which the agent these biases in which the agent doesn't know which utility to use and acts with caution. We have one story, that is the story that generates the certain effect, loss aversion, endowment effect, present bias, not only generates all of these, but connects them formally and conceptually. This is a model that is distinct from existing models and that we think helps organize existing evidence. So thank you very much for listening and very much looking forward to the discussion. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Pietro, so you're here with us. Any questions? Any questions for Pietro? Hello? So.
I have a question.
Hi, please.
Can people hear me?
I can, so I assume it's a...
Okay, so the question is there any argument, say an argument from evolutionary game theory, for example, that would explain why people would tend to act with caution? In particular, naively, it might seem as if lots of people are acting with caution, maybe it's smart for me not to act with caution.
Very good. So the approach we're taking is more, sorry, let me silence this thing. The approach we're taking is based on the following idea, that what we're saying is, look, we take caution as a starting point. Instead of motivating it, we take it as a starting point because we think is a criterion directly linked with the notion of certainty bias. And then we say, look, because caution is inherently connected with the certainty bias, if you apply this idea, this very idea that generates a certainty bias, generates the endowment effect or and loss aversion and present bias. Now, a separate question is, fine, so you're making a positive argument as to why people may be acting with caution, but how about normatively? How come did we get to the point? And I think this is an excellent point in the earlier discussion of the Paris version of this presentation. A similar question came up. I think it's a very good point. The truth of the matter is that I don't know. I think this is the most honest answer. My most honest answer is that I rarely think about normative because I barely understand what people do, all the way to venture into what they should do, I don't quite know. But if I have to sort of venture out and go out on a limb and try to understand why, what could be a reason, if you notice here, it is the caution that is leading exactly to the endowment effect, while anti-caution, that is the opposite, would lead to the opposite of the endowment effect. Now notice, what does the endowment effect do? It protects you from money pumps, right? So this is an old argument that is certainly not mine, but the endowment effect has a beauty in shielding you from even if you make mistakes and so on, it's really going to stop you from being quote unquote money pumped, right? Because you will want more and more to move, and therefore this cannot be exploited. So some people have argued of normative appeals for the endowment effects connected to stopping the money pumps. Again, I always take normative with a grain of insecurity, at least my own insecurity on the matter. Now, if from this point of view, you can understand caution in a similar way. You don't know, and then you say, look, because I don't know, I'm gonna play it safe. And I know that this way I can't be exploited. And for example, I cannot be money pumped. By contrast, if I take this agent and I make this agent anti-cautious, it's much easier for me to extract money out of this agent. This is the extent to which I can say, but I think there is a deeper point of understanding what are normative reasons behind caution, which in truth, we haven't quite explored yet. And I think that's something we should do. So it's a point very well taken, but that in truth, we haven't quite begun exploring.
I have a question.
Hi,
Pietro. So I was thinking about welfare economics while you were presenting, and if the same idea of caution can be applied for interpersonal comparisons, justifying some version of Lexi-mean or something similar.
Absolutely. So what we do here is purely intrapersonal, right? It's one agent who's entertaining multiple utilities. But indeed, one can take a similar approach and think about this to think about an interpersonal. We wouldn't be the first ones to do. What we do is at the very least at the mathematical level related to the approach in ambiguity on state-dependent approaches. And there are models that connected the caution in ambiguity evaluations and the ambiguity literature with an interpersonal approach. In fact, I have a student who's in the job market this year, last seminar, and was a paper on ambiguity. Let me take the occasion to advertise him, and he's a great guy. But he has a beautiful paper on ambiguity, and then he shows that this as an immediate social choice counterpart. I think we can do something similar here. The reason why we're different, though, from many of the typical approaches used in the interpersonal is that we use this certainty equivalent normalization, which is going to matter in a way, right? So this is what it's going to tell us that if you apply this model, if you think about this is an interpersonal approach, our axiom can be somewhat imprecisely, but not too much, understood as saying, so what was the axiom saying? It was saying P better than delta X implies the mixture of both remains better. So now let me rephrase it. Take a allocation and a completely fair allocation. And now if I mix it with another allocation, the ranking stays, which is, as you can, it's implying a push towards the fair allocations, right? Just like this model is implying a push towards certainty. And I think there is something that we should explore further in trying to understand the interpersonal comparisons. Yeah. So point very well taken. Other point very well taken. Another point in which I would like to have a more formal answer, and we don't have it. So yeah. But thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions? So maybe I shall ask one then. So you are, I guess, part of your unification is that you are going to be interpreting one what is the name, the present bias as almost informational. Yes, that I know what is today, what I'm feeling today. I don't know about the future. Yes, is that fair?
We can also get present bias if there is symmetry of information, meaning that you know the future as much as today, but you're uncertain about the trade-offs. You're unsure about how should you trade off today and the future, right? So what is the right utility today? What is the right utility tomorrow? You don't know how to make this trade-off. You see, I think one way to understand our model is truly about the uncertainty about the trade-off of each dimension. It's like the Marx example. I don't know what is the right quote unquote exchange rate. So in a world of discounting, you can imagine it having a fixed utility and multiple discount factors, although that's not going to take you very far. Another way is to think about a world in which you have multiple utilities or discount factors for both today and tomorrow. Even if you're symmetric, this is going to generate present bias. Now, what is also interesting, and what we spent quite a bit of time developing in the paper, is that if you now introduce an asymmetry, which I think is very realistic, I probably know myself today more than I know myself in a year, in the sense that, you know, who knows whether we still enjoy the same things in the same way. Once you introduce that, that is going to introduce not only a form of present bias, but it's also emphasizing the discounting. So effectively, you can generate discounting from the uncertainty about your future utility.
And in terms of the prediction in the present bias, so does it give you anything in addition to the, you know, beta delta, or that's distinct from beta delta? I mean, you never had a chance to discuss this.
Absolutely. So I you know, half an hour was too short, and I decided to try to explain one bit decently, or at least half decently, than trying to do everything. So we do a wide generalization of beta delta. Our model is significantly more general, maybe too general. So the drawback is that we really now start allowing for a lot of stuff. What we think is interesting is that you can easily generate things like stake-dependent discounting. In particular, if you have high stakes, you discount them more, which is called the magnitude effect. There's a bunch of experimental papers that document it, and effectively that argue that the degree of discounting may be dependent on the stake, and the people have much higher percentage discounting for higher stakes, even in utility terms. And so that's something we can immediately accommodate in our model. And in fact, our model is a wide generalization, and it's a fairly large class of, allows for a large class of discount functions that includes beta delta, but generalizes quite a bit. Let me also be, you know, not overplayed in the sense that generalization is sometimes good, sometimes bad. You know, the best models are exactly those that give you the right generality, but not too much of it. Now, we give you quite a bit of generality, so maybe our model is a bit too general, and then you want to restrict it. So we have a bunch of special cases that we're considering that restrict it a bit, but, you know, I think that's sort of the usual trade-off. Once you open the door, you may be opening it too much.
Any more questions? Anybody? Anyone? Well, what time is it right now? I guess we are actually right on time for finishing this discussion session. So we have 13 minutes before the start of the next session today. And thank you very much, Pietro. It was great fun.
Thank you. It was my pleasure. Sorry not to see you in person. It would have been much more fun.
The reason, there is actually an unfortunate reason for this. I'm currently locked in my bedroom.
Oh no, sorry. I meant to say, sorry not to say, I wasn't mentioning the camera. I was mostly referring to, sorry not to see you in 3D, like in human.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, I'm locked in my bedroom for the unfortunate reason of I'm COVID positive.
I see. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. So
I'm not doing too badly, but you know.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna say, you know, yeah. Well, thank you for joining despite this. It's
So yeah, so the last 6 days has been unpleasant.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, is it 6 days that you've been in?
I've had fever since Tuesday. Today is the first day I seem not to have it.
Sorry.
No, since Saturday. I'm sorry, since Saturday. Today is the first day I seem not to have it.
Sorry, yeah.
So that's why I was also not present in the Paris sessions.
No, I can
really
imagine. Of
that
course.
sleep.
I mean, thank you for coming to this one, and it's already, yeah. Okay, well, I'll let you rest then. I should not bug you on this.
It's okay. I'm bored.
Aren't we all? In the sense that I feel like it's yeah.
Yeah.
Diego. Diego, habrá que ver si Paul Milgrom está conectado. Si no, hay que poner el video.
Sí.
I recognize you, Armando.
Sí, qué bien.
Hi.
Hola, Robert, ¿cómo estás? How you do?
Muy bien, Robert. Gusto saludarte, gusto en verte.
I see I have to turn up my sound. Okay, very good.
Okay.
So can I speak or not?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, Robert.
Hi.
Yeah, congratulations. So Armando is here.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Wilson. I would like to see you. Congratulations on your prize.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's very good.
Bob is there. Hello, Bob.
Hi, Claude.
How are you? Yeah, you have a beautiful landscape.
Well, yes, that's taken in the Sierras on a backpacking trip.
I know.
That's where of course, when I think of my favorite places.
This is Montana, maybe, yeah?
No, that's actually in the Sierras. That was in Yosemite.
Ah, okay. Very good. Voilà.
Now is Armando here? I thought he was here with Diego.
Oh, he's there, I think, yes.
Yeah, he's with...
he is. Hello, Armando.
Hello. Dr. Wilson, how are you? Congratulations. Nice. I have met Dr. Milgrom. I didn't meet him before. But
yes, exactly, yes. Well, I don't think we crossed when we were in Stanford. Huh? Well, you left before I arrived. Huh?
Yes, about 3 or 4 years before.
Well, it was not that long. I arrived in the beginning of the 1970, and you left in 68. Yeah. Là, j'entends plus le son. Antoinette?
¿Cómo dijo?
Voilà. I don't hear you anymore.
Oh.
Can you hear us now?
Now it's coming back. Okay. Yeah. Very good.
So Paul Milgrom is, I guess he's engaged. He's participating in an event for Susan Athey that's going on in Chicago right now. So he'll join us in a few minutes.
Je mets en multiple ou pas? Ouais. Là.
Say hi to Antoinette.
On va partir dans 2 minutes, je crois. Là, il y a John Waymark qui est là. Hi, John.
Good to see you, Claude. We're waiting. Springer keeps pushing back when that book of interviews is coming out. Now it's scheduled for next April.
Ah, okay. Next April, okay. I just received the proofs for Arsani's interview.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Voilà. Hein? C'est très bien.
Hello. Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Hi, this is Kanishka.
Ah, Paul.
Hello.
Hello, hello, Paul. Nice to see you.
And you? How are you?
Fine, fine. And congratulations, of course. That was fantastic.
Thank you. I'm glad to get a chance to be here and help celebrate with everyone. So where are you? Is the conference in progress already, or what's going on right now?
Well, that's, we are in the middle of the conference, and which is a virtual conference, and it's going on very well.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
I see Bob is on from the mountains there. Hi, Bob.
Hi. Paul, you want us to play the video, or you will speak?
I'm happy to. I'm happy to do it either way.
Okay, so better you speak. Like we don't play the video.
Okay, very good. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to be here because I have to run off very soon. But if I can speak soon after 11, then I can speak.
Okay. So Claude, I guess we can start now.
Okay, thank you. So welcome to this special session on auction theory in honor of Armando Ortega-Reichert. And also I want to thank the organizer of this virtual meeting, very well organized. And I should say this is a very special session indeed, since the two invited speakers, Professor Robert Wilson and Paul Milgrom from Stanford University, just received the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economics. Their Nobel lecture were 3 days ago, and I should say still available on YouTube for those who are interested. And the award ceremony was just yesterday. Huh? This is true, I guess. No? So congratulations and many thanks for joining. Huh? Also, I should add that this is under Professor Wilson's supervision that Armando wrote his brilliant thesis. So, including the chairman, and to his greatest pleasure, 3 out of 4 participants in these sessions are Wilson students. Thank you, Bob.
Yeah. Well, I should correct that actually, I was not Armando's principal advisor.
Ah.
That was, but he and I worked a lot together.
Okay. That I didn't know.
Well, there was sort of Fred Hillier was the nominal advisor. Armando would testify. We worked a lot together, but Fred Hillier was the actual chairman.
The actual chairman. Okay. So you were in some sense co-advisors. So.
Some sense, yes.
So to introduce the two speakers, let me first say that they received the Nobel Prize for their fundamental contributions both to the theory of auctions, inventing new auctions formats, as it is said, that are now used worldly, and to the practical implementation of auctions to the greatest benefit of society as a whole. But I should say this is only one facet of their impressive and widely recognized work, represented by so many articles, books, and consulting activities, and for which they had already received major prizes. To say something very brief, well, before the emergence of the applied discipline now called market design, they both contributed at the forefront to the game theory revolution in microeconomics and industrial organization, emphasizing the crucial role of informational asymmetries and, I should add from an economic viewpoint, the role of prices. This has modified deeply many fields in economic theory to which they contributed. But this session is on auctions. Let me just mention the two beautifully written books by Paul Milgrom, describing the state of the art of auction design at two different stages, corresponding to the, respectively, to the two historical spectrum auctions in the US, the original simultaneous multiple round auctions and the incentive auction. Since I am speaking about books, I would just add that the Milgrom Roberts textbooks, based on their long collaboration, has become the most influential book on the organization of the modern firm. Still about books, coming back on market design, let me recall that Bob Wilson has published the most complete book on nonlinear pricing, superbly explaining the fundamentals and developing many applications, in particular for electricity markets, an important area of his research. Also related to auction theory, another major theme of Wilson's research in game theory, still ongoing, I think, is a quest for rationality criteria in strategic behavior to axiomatize equilibrium selection. Now, to conclude, on a personal note and in relation to the present meeting, I want to mention that Bob's important contribution to social choice theory has brought new light on Arrow's general possibility theorem, and that my basic training in social choice was through his PhD course on multi-person decision theory in 1972. Now, Armando was Bob's student before, and he wrote a path-breaking thesis on competitive bidding under uncertainty. If we put the beginning of all this story at Vicre, this was not far from the beginning and very elaborate. However, to speak about Armando's work, I better now leave the floor to our two prestigious speakers. First, Paul Milgrom, and then Bob.
Okay. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here and to honor Armando. You know, I was Bob was my PhD dissertation advisor as well, and one of the first things that Bob did when I started working on auctions was give me Armando's thesis to read. It was you know, the most impressive thing of all the things that I read. But I want to talk to you guys about something in that thesis that most of you don't know about. I think that the work that Armando did that got built on is everything starting with chapter 3. That stuff is familiar about the way we analyze auction Nash equilibrium. But I want to take a moment to talk about chapter 2, which is totally amazing and still resonates in my head, and the deep influence it had on me. So this was a model that Armando created in which an auction took place not once but twice. And what happens in the first auction is if Bob is bidding against me in the first auction, I learned something about his likely values in the second auction. So for example, in a procurement auction, if we're bidding to supply and Bob bids low in the first auction, it tells me that his value was probably, his costs were probably low, and he's probably going to bid more aggressively in the second auction. This was a stochastic two-stage model that Armando created. And Bob will adjust his bid accordingly. That is, he will realize that if he bids too low in the first auction, I'm going to infer that his costs are low. I'm going to be more aggressive in the second auction. He wants to deter that, so he won't bid quite so aggressively in the first auction. Now, that influenced me deeply. One of the first papers that I wrote in industrial organization was modeled on that and cites Armando's work. It's my paper about limit pricing, where that I wrote with John Roberts, where there was a firm that was operating in a market, and it said lower prices than it needed to because it wanted any potential entrants to think that its costs were low. And the model is, you know, very, very similar, really. It's flipped on its head, but it's very similar to what Armando had done. And everybody else said, oh, that's a signaling model. That's Mike Spence. You know, you incur a cost today to signal what your type is to have some impact on people's behavior tomorrow. Well, Armando's work came, and Mike Spence, of course, won a Nobel Prize for that work. Armando's work is older than that. It predates Spence's work. He anticipated the whole logic of signaling in creating his chapter 2 model. So I've always thought that model, which I think is people know less about, was the single most impressive thing that was in that dissertation. And believe me, the rest of it was also very impressive, the treatment of both the common values and private values and the derivation of equilibrium. So it's a special pleasure for me to, I've never met Armando, by the way. Still haven't met Armando, but I always wanted to in the years that followed. It's a special pleasure for me to acknowledge and honor the deep influence that he had on my work. And thank you very much, Armando.
Thank you, Paul.
So go ahead.
So maybe Bob, do you have something?
Well, yes. So I haven't seen Armando since 1968, I think. But
Wow.
I can say that he was this tremendous pleasure, this joy to work with. It was so astounding for me, the productivity of his dissertation. And he started sort of from de novo, from scratch, and he built it all in this marvelous dissertation. It's been a great tragedy that it was never published, but I did all I could to publish it myself. So I made copies of it at one point. I had 50 copies made and bound and mailed out all around to all the researchers on auctions. And I have a scanned PDF version of it that I send to people whenever they bring up, well, we don't know where to make a citation. We haven't seen the work. And I say, I have the original in a PDF form that can be sent to anybody that wants to know. It was just a technical, it was a dissertation. It was also a technical report of the Operations Research Department here at Stanford. And unfortunately that, it just didn't, it's inaccessible. But yet it influenced so many people. And one way that it, like Paul, for example, was to keep pushing that dissertation forward and say, look what he did. It's so incredibly, it's marvelous. Of course, Armando, he went back to Mexico City. And as I understand it, this is Armando here on the screen with Diego. Is that right? Yeah. Where's Armando? But this
is He's with Kanishka.
Oh, I see. Okay, very good. So, so Armando went off into, as I understand it, engineering consulting around Mexico City. But he was finally tracked down by Roger Meyerson, who acquired his email and things like that, so that we could have some connection to him. Because, among people who study auctions, Armando is sort of a legendary figure. As Claude said, it was just, a matter of, I don't know, 4 or 5 years after Vickery's work that Armando's work was produced. And it was, so I said de novo, it was sort of created out of nothing in the sense that, it wasn't that he was sort of stimulated by some other people's work. It was more like he just set forth one problem after another that he addressed in these chapters. So it's been a wonderful thing. And for me personally, the last time I saw Armando was in Mexico City. I'd come down there for the, what is now Informs conference. And Armando, maybe you remember that we went to the restaurant, and then I got Teresa and faded out and stumbled out into the street and collapsed. When Armando came rushing out, there was oxygen tank inside the restaurant, and he revived me. It was quite an experience, right? And you were a wonderful host in Mexico City. That's another thing. We had such a lovely time together.
Great. Very nice.
It was always a disappointment to me that Fred Hillier got to sign as chairman on that, because Armando and I worked so much together, and Fred came along and I don't know, he was the chairman, so that was that. Because I was in the business school, Armando, you were in engineering. Were you in EES or OR? I think at OR, right?
I was in OR.
Yeah.
Fred Hillier, he was in OR also. And when I told him that I wanted to work in oceans, he said, "Oh, I will work with you because I don't know anything about oceans either." He would work with me on that paper, on that thesis. And we both learned quite a lot. I guess I did learn much more from here. Paul here, I don't know if please say, give my regards, please, to Paul here. He was one of the first people in OR to work in OR in young Stanford, and he gracefully accepted to work with me. I said, we will both learn. We have to learn on ocean theory.
Oh, yeah. Very good.
Yeah, you still see him in Stanford?
Oh, yeah. So I'm still teaching the same course that perhaps you taught, but I think I started in '68, called Multi-Person Decision Theory, and I still teach it since 1968 at least. So I'm trying to keep going.
You change the articles every year.
That's right, different set every year. So every year it's the recent working papers. And so now I have this 52 years or something like that of teaching it. So I'm trying to build a record here of continuous operation. But it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. And it's influenced, I guess, Paul and Claude and other people. It's been very productive. I do admit that my grand ideas of multi-person decision theory dissolved more into game theory, as it turned out.
Well, there was some social choice too, huh?
Well, yes, okay. So, but your social choice now seems kind of unproductive compared to market design, right? Because it gets into market structure and all these details of operations, and there's a lot of social choice theory is so abstract that I was frustrated. I really wanted much more hands-on, applied, practical connection to something real. So I got frustrated with, I was just doing pure social choice in the style of Arrow, and it was much too arid. So once I saw mechanism design kind of representation from Hurwitz, that changed my whole perspective.
There is, there's work going on in political science now about, for example, how a city might allocate its budget and how you can get truthful representation at equilibrium in budget allocations. So there's, and that certainly verges on social choice. It also has with the incentives added, making social decisions about allocating budgets, for example. Yeah.
Well, to me, it's very good when things are very connected to an applied problem.
Yeah.
Although, voting is very applied, huh?
You said working?
No, voting.
Voting. Well, yes, that's very certainly true. And these recent developments in voting theory, like Maskin and his co-authors, showing a board account is actually optimal if you relax. Well, I've tried to, it's relaxing the independence of irrelevant alternatives just a little bit. I thought it was that's a very good result. I like that. And it's led to people endorsing these schemes that we have now 2 states in the United States that use rank order voting, so that if your first choice is not elected, then your second choice counts and so on.
So Armando, do you have some comments or to add?
Dije, órale, qué bonito.
¿Cómo me dijo? Si tú quieres hablar.
Ah, sí, no. Yes, I would just say that Dr. Wilson was very kind of very well, and I took advantage of all the ideas he had. I finished because most of the work I did was for Barry and Associates in Palo Alto, California. And they applied many of the models and many of the things that we developed were started there. And of course, there are some things like treasury bills, which is not their field, but all the rest, they were very eager in adopting them and applying the decision that I and I'm very glad that I went to Stanford. It's a very place. It's a beautiful place where to work, and it's I enjoyed it very much, and I really got a lot of help from Barry and from my Professor Wilson and Dr. Hillier also. And I'm glad I went to there.
Well, thank you.
Because I have to work, and I work for the government here for many years. Yes.
I want to congratulate you again. I have to leave. I have to run for a COVID test, actually. So it's a crazy year. But this is the first time I've actually.
Thank you.
This is the first time I've gotten to Armando, and I'm really glad I got a chance to tell you something about the influence you had on me. So thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me.
Goodbye, Paul. Now maybe we could switch to questions, if there are some questions about Armando or to Armando.
Unmute to ask them. Unmute to ask them.
So tell us about what's Armando doing now? I don't really know what's going on. What are you doing?
What I'm doing now is I work for the government for a long time, since I came back from the States, and a lot of the things have been applied in auctions and in also for the whole industry that I work for, Los Mexicanos, and I have many things that I did for the government. By what I did over there in Stanford. I'm very glad that I was in Stanford.
Tu dois leur dire de unmute.
Vas-tu unmute?
Dis-leur, tu dois leur dire.
Thank you.
Dis, si vous voulez poser une question, unmute.
If you want to ask a question, you should unmute. Ah, voilà. Ah non, c'est pas une question.
Non, regarde, deuxième page,
Ah oui.
clique dessus. New hands up. Non, ça, il n'y a pas de question.
OK.
Là, ici, peut-être? Non,
Ah.
il y a un commentaire. Non, ça va. Ouais, pas de question.
Con el doctor Wilson. Que fue
En inglés hablamos.
I'm very glad that I was able to see Dr. Wilson again. He's a fantastic person. He was very grateful, very kind to me, and he was a very he was a model for me to what I should do for work, and I'm very happy I met him over there. I'm sorry I didn't meet Bob Milgrom before.
Discúlpame, me voy a sentar aquí, tú aquí.
It was one of the great pleasures in my life to work with you, Armando. Those were wonderful years. 2 years, I think it was 66, 67, and it was just a marvelous time. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you, Bob, for coming. Thank you, Armando. That was a very nice session. And it was really a pleasure for Armando and also for me to speak with Bob. So, Bob, have a nice evening. No, it's not the evening for you.
It's morning here. Yeah. All right.
Yes, yes, you're right. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
También yo.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Bob.
Bye, Bob.
Soy Marta. I am Marta, wife Armando Ortega.
Ah, very good.
And hi, Antoinette, who poked her head in.
Yes. She's my technical assistant.
Okay, so then we will resume in half an hour with the next talk. Sorry, the volume is.
Bonito que soy tu esposa. Sí, ¿verdad?
Sí. Diego, entonces empezamos en media hora.
Diego es el de moradito que
Sí.
Have your mouthpiece.
We're about to restart in a few minutes. Okay, so this is now 2 p.m. in Mexico City, 3 p.m. in New York. We are about to restart. So the next session is another prize winner session, Ariel Procaccia. So without further ado, let me start the introduction by Arunava Sen. Just a sec, let me make sure I share the screen correctly.
It's a great honor for me to introduce the winners of the Social Choice Prize for the year 2020. Ariel Procaccia is Gordon McKay Professor of Computer Science at Harvard University. Before joining Harvard, he was a faculty member in the Computer Science Department at Carnegie Mellon University. He completed his BSc and PhD from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Ariel is a computer scientist whose research has opened new areas in normative economics. His early work in computational social choice is highly impressive. He was a co-editor of and contributor to the 2016 Handbook of Computational Social Choice. He is, however, best known for his path-breaking work, both theoretical and practical, on fair division. Theoretically, he has shown how the classic solutions invented for distributing indivisible commodities in the Arrow-Debreu model can be adapted to the important environment with indivisible objects. Let me just mention two of his contributions. He has proved that the Buddhist concept of max-min share is not always feasible.
No.
On the other hand, the maximization of the Nash product retains the no-envy property in an approximate sense. In terms of practice, Ariel has launched two non-profit websites that turn the abstract solutions identified in the formal literature into practical tools for decision-making and fair division. The Split It website, launched in November 2014, has had thousands of visitors who enjoy its user-friendly approach to iconic fair division problems. The site applies a variety of concepts from the Shapley value to the competitive equilibrium with equal incomes. Users of the site can also propose new division problems, which has in turn led to new theoretical work by Ariel and his students on the allocation of classrooms in the LA Unified School District. Let me also work on liquid democracy, on gerrymandering, and on statistical approaches to voting, which have opened new directions for social choice. So let me end by quoting from his nomination statement. He's a deep mathematician with an uncanny instinct for turning theoretical results into real-world problems. This is a mixture of talents that is significantly improving the reach of several key models in the field of social choice and welfare. Congratulations, Ariel. Thank you.
So now for the tape of the talk, and then we'll have a question and answer session after that.
Hello, my name is Ariel Procaccia. I'm delighted and honored to give one of 2 Social Choice and Welfare Prize talks this year. The topic of the talk is democracy and the pursuit of randomness. Let me give a shout out to my collaborators, Gerdes Benadef from Boston University, Bailey Flanagan, Paul Gueltz, and Anupa Gupta from Carnegie Mellon University, and Brett Hennig from the Sortition Foundation. I want to start with a quote from Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who had this to say about early democracy in England in the 18th century. He said that the people of England deceive themselves when they fancy they are free. They are so, in fact, during the election of members of parliament, for as soon as a new one is elected, they are again in chains and are nothing. So this is, of course, a very dramatic quote, but I think it still captures the sentiment that some of us still have, around engagement and participation in democracy today. But of course, the question is there a different way of doing democracy? Is there an alternative? One intriguing answer to this question is the idea of sortition, which is the idea of democracy built on lotteries instead of elections. Or in other words, the idea of choosing representatives at random instead of through an election. Now, this may sound crazy, but it actually has a lot of historical precedent. The idea dates back to ancient Athens, where some of the most prominent bodies of government, including the all-important Council of 500, were chosen through sortition at random. In the Renaissance, in Florence and Venice, in the Kingdom of Aragon, sortition was very prevalent, and again, some of the most important bodies of government were chosen through sortition. But sortition all but disappeared during the American and French revolutions that built these new democracies around the idea of elections and essentially made democracy synonymous with elections. However, in the last couple of decades, sortition has really seen a resurgence in the form of citizens' assemblies, which are randomly selected assemblies consisting of everyday citizens. They're often commissioned by local or national governments, and the goal is for these people to deliberate and reach decisions on important questions and inform policymakers with their ideas. Now, this has been happening on a wide scale in recent years. Let me just give you one example, or like 4 examples out of hundreds. So one kind of very visible example is a constitutional assembly that took place in Ireland in 2016 with 99 participants. The assembly was followed by a national referendum that itself led to changes in the constitution. So this was seen as a very big success story for sortition and citizens' assemblies. In France last year, the president sponsored a very visible climate assembly to discuss climate change with 150 participants. In Mongolia in 2017, they had an assembly consisting of 669 participants to talk about the constitution. And in South Australia, they had a 50-person assembly to talk about nuclear waste in 2016. But again, these are just 4 examples out of hundreds. I'll give you later 2 more examples of assemblies where our methods played a role in selecting the participants. So how is sortition done? Ideally, the pipeline for sortition would be choosing the panel directly from the population at random, either uniformly at random or, even better, using stratified sampling, which means partitioning the population into groups and choosing a fixed number of people from each group in order to get a panel that is guaranteed to be representative of the population. However, this is not how things typically work in practice. In practice, you have the population, of course, but to reach out, sortation organizations usually send out letters at random, inviting people to serve on the panel. We've been in touch in the last couple of days with an organization that is reaching out to people by phone and doing random digit dialing, but typically it's done with letters by mail. Now, some of the people who receive a letter opt in and agree to potentially serve on a panel, and they then join.
Shoot. It seems like we have a little problem. Just a sec. I will make sure that this is corrected. Just a moment.
The pool of volunteers. And then the final step is that we want to randomly select a panel from the pool of volunteers. Now, the challenge is that the group of letter recipients is representative of the population, and we want the panel to be representative of the population, but the pool of volunteers is highly unrepresentative of the population. Let me illustrate this with an example that will also show you what I mean by representation here. So this is based on data from Climate Assembly UK, a national UK climate assembly that was organized a couple of months ago. It was sponsored by the UK House of Commons, so it was a government-sponsored assembly, and it was run by the Sortation Foundation. The participant selection part was done by the Sortation Foundation using the methods that we'll talk about later. Now here, 60,000 letters were sent. The size of the pool, the number of volunteers, was 1,727. We'll denote that by N, and note how small this is compared to 60,000. This is typical. And then the panel size that we denote by K is 110. Now, there are 7 features that the organizers cared about in terms of getting a representative pool. So these are gender, age, geography, education, ethnicity, area, which is urban versus rural, and position on climate change. And what I'm showing you here in these pie charts is the distribution of the feature in the population compared to the pool. So if you look at area, for example, urban versus rural, you can see that the pool is actually quite representative of the population. The proportions are roughly the same. But look at education. The most highly educated people in green are much more common in the pool than in the population. And correspondingly, the people with the lowest level of education in blue are much more common in the population than in the pool. Similarly, if you look at position in climate change, the options here are very concerned about climate change, fairly concerned, not very concerned, or not at all concerned. And you can see that the people who are not very concerned or not at all concerned in green and red have good representation in the population, but are almost not represented at all in the pool, which is not surprising. If you're not concerned about climate change, it's highly unlikely you would volunteer to serve on the climate change panel. So, with this in mind, the problem is the following. We want to select a panel that is representative of the population at random from a pool of volunteers that is highly unrepresentative of the population. How do we do this? So this is something that sortation organizations and practitioners have struggled with, and essentially all of them have invariably come up with some kind of greedy algorithm. Greedy algorithm is computer science terminology for an algorithm that is myopic in the sense that it does at every stage the best thing right now without looking into the future. So I want to show you a particular greedy algorithm that was the one previously used by the Sortation Foundation, but this one is pretty representative. The input to the algorithm on the left is the set of volunteers that in the STO example are identified by 2 features: shape, star or heart, and color, blue or green. So we have 20 volunteers. We have a panel size of 10, k equals 10. And finally, we have quotas, which are meant to ensure that the panel is representative of the population. So in this example, the quotas are, we want at least 4 stars, 4 hearts, 4 blue people, and 4 green people. Now, the way the algorithm works is at every stage, it identifies the feature value with the highest need, where the need is defined by the ratio between the quota that remains to be filled and the number of remaining volunteers in the pool with that feature value. And then once it identified the highest need feature value, the algorithm chooses uniformly at random among the remaining volunteers who satisfy this feature value. So let's see how the algorithm works on an example. Initially, we compute the need for each feature value. So for star, it's 4 over 10 because the quota is 4. We have 10 stars in the pool. Similarly for heart. For blue, it's 4 over 11. And for green, it's 4 over 9. We have a quota of 4 and 9 green people in the pool. So the highest need is for green. So what I'll do is I'll choose uniformly at random among the 9 green people. And I chose this green star that's highlighted in yellow on the right. Now, at this point, what I have to do is recalculate the need for each feature value, in particular, recalculate the need for green and star. So now the need for green will be 3 over 9. We need 3 more. We have 9 stars remaining in our pool. And the need for green is 3 over 8. We have 3 people that we still need to choose that are green, and 8 green people remaining in our pool. But at this point, the highest need is actually for heart with 4 over 10. So I'll go ahead and select a heart uniformly at random from the pool on the right. And so I chose the heart. I now need to update the need for each feature value. I get these updated numbers. If you look at them, you see that now the highest need is for green. So I'm again going to choose a green person uniformly at random, update the needs. Now the highest need is again for heart. We choose a heart uniformly at random. And again, highest need is green, and highest need is heart, and then green, and then heart. At this point, we've selected 8 people according to the algorithm. And at this point, we still have 2 seats to fill, but the quotas have been filled. So we have 4 stars, 4 hearts, 4 blue people, 4 green people. We can choose the remaining 2 people on the panel uniformly at random. But the thing to notice is that until this last stage, the blue star, the one blue star we have in our pool of volunteers, had no chance of being selected. Because the algorithm alternated, remember, between green heart, green heart, green heart, green heart. So evidently, the blue star has a much lower probability of selection than the other volunteers, which seems unfair. Now, you might say, maybe this is something that's inherent to this example because of how the quotas are built. And we'll see in a couple of minutes that this is not the case. Now, you might also wonder, maybe this is just this toy example they have carefully constructed to make the greedy algorithm look bad. Maybe this doesn't happen on real-world examples. But this is, again, not the case. It very much happens. So let's go back to our Climate Assembly UK data. And what I'm showing here is the histogram of selection probabilities for volunteers, for the 1,727 volunteers that you get when you run the algorithm on this data set. So the thing to notice here is that if you look at the bar at the far left, these are the volunteers with very, very low probability of selection, very close to 0. And you can see that many of the volunteers, around 450, are in that category, are given very low probability of selection by the greedy algorithm. Now, you might again say, maybe this example is such that the quotas forced you to give really low selection probabilities to volunteers. But that's, again, not the case. So here's a different algorithm that I'll refer to for now as a mystery challenger. I'll unmask it in a couple of minutes. When you run this other algorithm on the same data set, you get the histogram at the bottom, where you can see that everybody is getting a fair chance. Even the minimum probability is kind of bounded away from 0. So everybody has a reasonable probability of being selected. So this tells us that the greedy algorithm is kind of unfair. We're going to revisit this point later. But for now, the question is, how do we get from the histogram at the top to the histogram at the bottom? The key idea is the idea of looking at distributions over panels. So if we go back to our toy example, remember that I promised you that there is a better way of dealing with this example. And the idea is that with probability 1/2, I'm going to choose a panel that consists of the top row of volunteers and the third row of volunteers. And with probability 1/2, I'll choose the second row and the fourth row. Now notice that each of these panels ex post satisfies the quotas. There are at least 4 stars, 4 hearts, 4 blue people, and 4 green people. Moreover, these 2 panels together, their union is the entire set of volunteers. So by randomly selecting between them with probability 1/2 each, I guarantee every volunteer a selection probability of exactly 1/2. I'm able to exactly equalize the probabilities. So this is intuitively the fairest thing you can do and the right thing to do on this example. Now let's spice things up a bit and increase some of the quotas. So we'll raise the quota for star to 6, heart is still 4, blue is going to be 5, and green is going to be 5. The thing to notice about these quotas is that they force me to choose a blue star. Because if I choose 6 stars that are not blue, they're all going to be green, then I need to choose 4 more people for my panel, among the hearts, but that won't allow me to fulfill the quota of 5 blue people. So I have to choose the blue star. But still, under this constraint, I still have a lot of flexibility. So what I propose is that together with the blue star, I'll choose 5 green stars uniformly at random and 4 blue hearts uniformly at random among the 10 blue hearts. So this gives me a distribution over many panels, where each one of them is chosen with probability 0.00003. However, the selection probability of each volunteer is actually very high. The most unfortunate volunteers are the blue hearts, and even they have 40% probability of being selected, because every time I select 4 blue hearts at random among the 10 blue hearts. So what we saw here is that by eyeballing these simple examples, we can kind of come up with intuitively fair outcomes, intuitively fair distributions over feasible panels. But of course, we want a more general, principled method of doing this. And in order to do that, we're going to draw on a beautiful area that's very close to my heart called fair division. It's a sub-area of mathematics, economics, computer science, political science, and it deals with how to fairly divide stuff according to rigorous notions of fairness. In our case, the thing that we want to divide is selection probability. So what we get is that a distribution over panels of size k divides the overall selection probability of k for the k seats on our panel between the pool members. And we kind of think of the utility of each pool member as their selection probability. With this in mind, we can now use some of the tools and ideas developed in fair division in our sortation problem. So this will now allow me to unveil our mystery challenger. It's an algorithm, a mechanism called Leximin from the fair division literature that's known to have great properties in some applications. In our setting, what Leximin does is it will choose a distribution over feasible panels that maximizes the minimum probability of any volunteer being selected. Subject to that, there could be multiple distributions achieving this. It maximizes the second lowest probability, then the third lowest, and so on. So in other words, it tries to push the lowest probability of anybody as high as possible. Then, when it got stuck, it pushes the second lowest probability as high as possible, and the third lowest, and so on. When you run this on the Climate Assembly UK data, you get the histogram that we saw before. Now, another option from fair division is called maximum Nash welfare. What it will do in our context is it will maximize the product of selection probabilities of the volunteers. This intuitively also kind of tries to equalize probabilities, but it shoots for a smoother distribution over probabilities. So if you look at the histogram, you can see that things look a bit smoother than Leximin. It's also a bit misleading because it may seem that Nash welfare is doing better on the Lexamen objective than Lexamen itself, right? Because the lowest bucket has fewer people, more people are pushed to the right. But this is misleading. In fact, the minimum probability under Nash welfare is lower than Lexamen. They're just in the same bucket. So Nash welfare essentially sacrifices the lowest probability in order to get a smoother distribution over probabilities. So focusing on Lexamen, I want to revisit this idea of being fair in terms of the worst off people, giving everybody a fair chance, and taking an even broader viewpoint. Because so far when we looked at real data, I showed you this one data set, but you might be again suspicious and say, maybe greedy looks bad on this one data set, maybe things are different on other data sets. So again, this is very far from being the case. At this point, we've collected 8 different data sets from citizens' assemblies from 4 different organizations, 5 from the Sortition Foundation, 1 from Off By For All, 1 from Healthy Democracy, and 1 from the Center for Climate Assemblies. And what I'm showing here is for each one of these data sets, the purple bar is showing K over N for calibration. So this is the panel size divided by the number of volunteers and gives us the idealized selection probability if we could exactly equalize probabilities, if we could choose uniformly at random. Now in yellow and green, I'm showing the minimum selection probability of any volunteer under Lexamen and greedy. And what you can see by looking at Lexamen, the yellow bars, is that Lexamen always gives everybody a fair chance. In many cases, it's even comparable to what you could get if you had no constraints. The greedy bars in green are essentially invisible. And what this says is that under greedy, in each one of these data sets, some volunteers have almost no chance of being selected. So this is really a general phenomenon. Now, another thing worth noting is that these algorithms, in particular Lexamen, are very difficult to implement. Computing them is a hard computational problem in a formal sense. And we have quite a bit of theory around an algorithmic framework for computing them, and also some non-trivial engineering tricks to make it happen. But at this point, we've been able to implement these algorithms, and that's led to an open source system called Panelot, which stands for Panel Selection by Lot at random. What it does is it takes as input the pool of volunteers, the quotas, and the size of the panel, and it outputs the Lexamen distribution over feasible panels. Now, this system has been available for roughly half a year now, and it's been used by a bunch of organizations around the world. So in particular, this whole collaboration started from our work with the Sortition Foundation based in the UK. The co-founder and director of the Sortition Foundation, Brett Hennig, is a very close collaborator and a co-author on the paper that I'll mention in a few minutes. The Sortition Foundations are the ones that did participant selection for the Climate Assembly UK, and they used Panelot for that purpose. Now, in the last couple of weeks, we've been in touch with an organization in Germany called Nexus that is organizing a visible assembly there, and they have already decided to use Panelot. This will happen in the next couple of weeks. We've also been in close touch with organizations in Poland and Canada, the Center for Climate Assemblies and Mass LBP, mainly at the level of data sharing at this point. And finally, in the US, we've been working with a whole bunch of organizations. One that I want to mention in particular is called Off By For All. They've used Panelot in order to select participants for an assembly that happened in Michigan in September to talk about COVID-19 policy. And what's been really exceptional about how they used Panelot is they put a lot of thought into how to select a single panel from the distribution given by Panelot in a way that is transparent, in a way that encourages trust in the system. So they came up with some great ideas. In particular, the selection itself, they live streamed it and they recorded it. And what I want to show you is 1 minute from that video in which the presenter explains how they use Panelot in order to very transparently choose a single panel.
So what we set out to do, and what we have done, is sent out invitations to 10,000 randomly selected households across Michigan. Once those of you who were willing and able RSVP'd to us, a volunteer team of computer scientists from Carnegie Mellon University as well as Harvard used an open source algorithm that they developed to generate a list of 1,000 possible panels. Each one of these has a different mix of 30 citizens who again reflect the makeup of Michigan with those proper proportions, women and men, young, old, etc. Now, each of these possible panels is identified now by a unique number, 000 through 999. The three machines that I have here with me, each will select just one digit of that three-digit number. Together, that will give us a three-digit number, and that will be the group of 30 that has been chosen to serve as the panel.
Okay, so let me wrap up with a take-home message, which I think kind of represents this work on sortition, but more broadly represents some of the stuff I've been really excited about in the last couple of years. And it's that computer science and math have a role to play in improving the practice of democracy and potentially in shaping its future. I think this is especially pertinent for the social choice audience for whom this talk is intended. There's so much beautiful theoretical work in social choice. Of course, some of it has been applied, but I think especially now there are so many exciting opportunities to take all of this theory and really put it into practice and influence the trajectory of democracy. This is something I really believe in and something that's really inspired a lot of my own work in recent years. Let me finish with the bibliography. So the work that I talked about is based on a paper with Bailey Flanagan, Paul Gueltz, Anupam Gupta, and Brett Hennig called Fair Selection of Citizens' Assemblies. We are finishing up the write-up of the paper, so it's not available yet. It should be available in the next 2 weeks or so. In the meantime, I want to mention two more papers that play a role in the full version of this talk, but I didn't have time to talk about in the 30-minute version. One is a paper called No Stratification Without Representation that thinks about the more idealized sortition pipeline that I talked about initially, where you can choose directly from the population. If you can do that, what's the right way of doing that? The second is a paper called Neutralizing Self-Selection Bias and Sampling for Sortition. This takes a slightly different view of fairness, where instead of being fair to the volunteers, we want to be fair to the population itself. So it's an end-to-end view of what being fair in terms of selection probabilities really means. I'm going to end with that. Thank you so much for your attention.
So, thank you very much. Now we can open up for the question and answer session.
So I would have a question. Does it help to have a strict quota instead of quotas belonging to ranges?
Sorry, I didn't get the question. Did you say strict quota?
Yeah, I mean, you deal with strict quota, right? Well, as far as I understand. So is it more complex? I guess it is when you deal with ranges of quotas, because it's something which is maybe easier to say.
Yeah, right. So actually in practice, the quotas are ranges. The quotas are typically given as a lower bound and an upper bound. So essentially, you know, in a panel of 100, typically it would be between 48 and 52 women or something like that. So that's, you know, it's basically two constraints instead of one. It's basically the same to deal with.
Okay.
Algorithmically, of course, the more constraints you add, the more restricted the set of feasible panels becomes. You know, then the smaller the solution set, the worse the objective is going to be. So of course, there is a trade-off here in terms of adding more constraints, but this is actually how it's done in practice.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just make an observation, but you know, the range of applications just seems huge. Besides the citizens panel that you've been talking about, like I think about, you know, these vaccine trials that are going on. you want the actual participants to be spread among different categories, and you've got these volunteers, and your procedure would seem to be pretty easily adapted to that.
Yeah, so that's something we thought about. In fact, my student Bailey Flanagan had the exact same thought. And she talked a bit with people in medical schools. I believe she talked with people at the University of Pittsburgh Medical School. So the issue with medical trials is that typically they take all of the people that are willing to volunteer. So often there's no situation where you have a pool of volunteers and you select among them in a way that is representative. They just take everybody. So at least the people that we've talked with so far thought that, for many cases, the applications were limited for that reason, but it's still kind of something on our to-do list to look into, are there situations with medical trials where they actually select among the volunteers? That's a very good insight.
So maybe I shall ask a question. So what is so special to our choice of, say, democratic committees by sortition as compared to any other environment where we're looking for a stratified sample? So if sociologists are trying to get a good sample for polling, yes? Mm-hmm. So are they facing very different environment? How would this be related?
So I think what's different here from the more standard poll environment, my first thought would be the situation where you have a pool of volunteers and you're selecting among them in a way that, I think an important issue here is the way that people feel represented. So, when we think about fairness to the volunteers, this is because, we want people to be engaged and feel they participate in this democratic process. So people who were willing to volunteer, we want to give them the feeling that they have a fair chance to actually participate on a panel. So this whole structure where you have volunteers and you want to show the volunteers that they have a chance to participate and engage them is something that you wouldn't have outside of the political context. So that's kind of my first thought about what, one thing it makes this setting special.
Ariel, I had a question. We can think of there being kind of two objective functions here. One has to do with representation, and you're representing that by having a range of quotas. As soon as you fall within the range, you've 100% hit your objective function. So it's a 0-1 valued objective function. On the other hand, when it comes to being fair to the individuals, you're viewing that as a continuous process, where if you do a little bit better for the Lexian main, you're going to choose that one. What's the argument that you should be continuous in one case and 0-1 valued in the other?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's because of how practice is. So the way sortation worked in practice and where we started from was they had these quotas, so they had these constraints on representation, and then they, like I mentioned, every organization has their own greedy algorithm, or some of them start with somebody's greedy algorithm and come up with their own greedy algorithm. But all of them invariably started from the quotas and then tried to make the selection as random as possible. So, I guess our starting point was really as I mentioned, the work with the Sortation Foundation that tried to stick as close to practice, but kind of fix the problem that we saw and how the selection is done. I think you're absolutely right that if you wanted to change how practice is done to an even greater degree, you could try to think of a by-criteria optimization kind of thing where you care both about the two things. Another thing worth mentioning is that, just to give an even more detailed idea of how it works in practice, typically they start with quotas that come from hoping to have a very accurate representation of the population, but sometimes these quotas are just not feasible. So then you might run the algorithm and it says the quotas are not feasible. Then you go back to the organizers and they say, okay, we're willing to relax the quota on this feature and make it a bit more lax. So things are a bit less principled from that viewpoint. And of course, if you could do the two things at the same time in a more principled way, that would be something that could be attractive.
Any more questions? So I guess we're all getting a bit tired towards the end of the day. Okay, in that case, we're taking this time a 20-minute break. And we'll see you at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock New York.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Kaniska. Hi, David.
Hi, Cesar. How are you?
Excellent.
How are you?
Great. Very nice session. Very nice sessions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's twice. Like we had the first transmission in Paris and then here, so it's a long day.
Yeah.
So we are the locals, but we are the one who have jet lags.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, that's what we are. Well, I don't have the jet lag because I chickened out of the night session.
You are lying down. You are lying down in any way.
Show us your bedroom.
Look, I did catch this thing.
I know.
No, but it's getting better.
What? Andre, you got COVID?
Yes, I got COVID.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Well, knock the wood. If nothing bad happens, today is the first day that I'm without a fever and feel normal. So it's a treacherous disease. It can still become bad, but
Can you smell, Andre?
days ago the smell came back.
Yeah, came back.
So I didn't realize that it was missing until it came back, but it came back like with a punch. And suddenly I realized that my wife was actually making me a good tea.
Yeah. Okay,
And
I guess
I
we
thought
should
she was just giving me
start.
bad tea. I couldn't figure out why. We have such a great supply of good tea.
I guess we should start now because everybody is tired. So, so great. So it's a pleasure to have Leeat Yariv, who will deliver the Condorcet lecture this year. Leeat is Reiner Professor of Economics and the Director of the Experimental Lab for the Social Sciences at Princeton University. Her academic achievements have been enormous. She is a fellow of the Econometric Society and a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Leeat is the lead editor of AEJ Micro and board member of Games and Economic Behavior. She recently has been associate editor of Econometrica, Quantitative Economics, and Economic Journal, and a board member of AER and Journal of Economic Literature. After finishing her PhD at Harvard in 2001, she has taught at UCLA and Caltech before joining Princeton. Over the years, Leeat has done fundamental theoretical and experimental work in such areas as individual and group choice, voting, matching, networks, and auctions. An important strand of her research has been information acquisition and search. Retrospective search shall be the topic of her talk today. So let me play the video, share the screen.
Welcome, everyone, and thanks for tuning in. So I'm going to tell you about a project with my colleague John Ergen titled Retrospective Search, Exploration, and Ambition on Uncharted Terrain. The observation that motivated this project is that good findings often follow a process of search. If you think about research and development, even your own work, you often develop techniques that feed into the future techniques that you think about, and so on and so forth. And at some point, you decide to write a paper. Policy experimentation has similar features where politicians or government officials try out new policies that often are incremental variations on previous policies. They need to decide how big of an increment, but at some point, they need to decide what to actually implement. Mineral prospecting has similar features where often teams of geologists dig in various tracts of land, trying to find various minerals. And as they do so in a certain area, they need to decide when to stop and declare a certain well promising enough to do future research with or digging. And online shopping has very similar features as well. So often you look for some item, say a widget on your favorite online platform, then you see reviews that direct you to future items. You need to decide how many of these to follow. And as you go through this process, at some point you decide to stop and pick your favorite object. So there are two features of all of these examples that we notice. The first one is correlations. So over time across samples, there's a link between observations. So innovation begets innovation. The second feature is that search scope is a choice. So how broadly or how ambitiously one searches through these processes is a matter of decision. So the main questions that guide us in this project are really trying to understand how such processes evolve. So how ambitious should search be given the observations so far, and when to stop? Now you might be wondering why I'm talking about this in a social choice and welfare gathering. So let me go back to one of our forefathers and my own personal hero, Marquis de Condorcet, and provide you with two sites that I think will link very nicely to our project. So the first one is one of Condorcet's more famous quotes, which says that truth belongs to those who seek it. So clearly he was thinking about search. The second one really speaks to this idea of correlated observation. So what Condorcet said is that as the mind learns to understand more complicated combinations of ideas, simpler formulas soon reduce their complexity. So again, the discovery begets discovery, and things build upon previous observations or explorations. So the main components in the model that I'll tell you about today are the following. So we're going to have a model of what we call a retrospective searcher. And this retrospective searcher faces correlated outcomes that we're going to model by thinking about a path that's governed by Brownian motion. And this will really allow us to think about innovations that beget innovations, or, for example, online reviews that suggest related products, or discoveries that suggest related discoveries, and so on and so forth. The other important component that a retrospective searcher will be allowed to choose is the search scope. So at any point in time, the way we're going to think about it is that our searcher is allowed to choose the variance of the Brownian path that they're facing. And this variance will come at a cost. And the last component that's shared in all of these examples is that of perfect recall. So once search has been terminated, our retrospective searcher enjoys the value from the optimal alternative that she inspected thus far. Now, here are the main insight that I'll try to convey to you in the next 25 minutes or so. So first of all, in terms of the optimal search policy, I'll try to argue that the optimal thing to do is to use a constant search scope. So in other words, regardless of the maximum observed or how promising the current values that you see are, you're always going to search at a constant, steady rate. The other observation that we have about the optimal stopping rule is that there's a stopping boundary that has a very simple formula that governs when the agent actually terminates her search. Now, this characterization of the optimal search policy will allow us naturally to identify the values of such search, but also to show you that it's amenable to various applications. And today I'll focus on one particular application, which is a principal-agent relationship, and we'll focus on contracts that are very common both in the literature and in application, those of commission contracts that entail a fixed wage and a commission rate or a fraction of the final proceeds of the project. And we'll be able to characterize fully the optimal contract and also show you the agency cost in such contracts in particular cases. Specifically in the linear cost case, it's about 11%. All right, so let me immediately jump into the model. So the search environment is the following. We're going to have search that's conducted in continuous time, and correlations are going to be captured by a Brownian path, as I suggested already. So at any time t, our agent is going to observe the process x sub t And x sub t follows this simple standard Brownian path with variance sigma t, or standard deviation sigma t, that I'll soon describe where this is, and I'll soon describe where this is coming from. Now, the starting point x0 is exogenously given, and for today, we'll assume that x0 equals to 0. This sort of way of modeling correlation over time is really inspired by Callender in 2011, who also thought about experimenting with various policies and modeled the correlation in much the same way. Now, at any point in time t, our agent is going to choose the search scope, or the standard deviation sigma t. We're going to assume that the search scope is taken from a bounded interval. And furthermore, the minimal search scope possible, we're going to assume that it's strictly positive. And the reason why we do this is that we want the agent to either search or stop searching, but not just sit around idling and waiting for extended periods of time without anything happening. So in particular, we're going to assume that the cost of search is strictly positive, regardless of what search scope is chosen. So even if the minimal one is chosen, and it's also well behaved. So it's twice continuously differentiable, and it will be convenient, although it's not necessary to assume that it's log convex. So it's important to note that search here is costly. The more time you wait, you have to exert some level of effort through the search scope, and that's costly. Now, I already said that we're going to assume perfect recall, and that's because in most of the applications, that's what we think is the reasonable assumption. So what this means is that at any point in time t, the agent keeps track of the maximum observation that she's seen so far. So this is just the maximum over all of the observation that she saw up to time t. And the initial maximum M0 is exogenously given because we assume that the initial value of the process itself is 0. We're going to continue assuming that the initial maximum that's observed is 0 as well. So the agent's objective is going to be to maximize the expectation of the final maximum. That's her reward from the search, the maximal value that she observes throughout the span of the search, minus the overall cost that she spends, which is just the integral of the flow costs over time. So the agent has two types of decisions. The first one is how ambitiously to search at any time t. In other words, what is her search scope at any time t, or the standard deviation sigma sub t, and when to stop and gain her maximum. Now, some remarks on assumptions before I go to the analysis. So you may have noticed that we're assuming here a driftless process. So we're doing so mostly because we think this is what's the relevant for many of the applications in hand. If you had drift, this means that a searcher just sitting around doing nothing would gain simply by the passage of time. So outcomes would improve only because time has passed, and that doesn't seem very reasonable to us. However, if you have fixed drift, you will still have similar qualitative results. We'll still have a fixed search scope, which will follow very much in line of what I'll show you next. But the stopping boundary that the optimal policy will entail will be somewhat different. Now, you could also imagine controlling the drift rather than the variance. Then it's a very simple trade-off that governs this decision. So we think it's not that interesting technically, and it's also not the relevant thing to look at for the applications we're interested in. Discounting is an important one. So in our model, the search is costly only through these flow costs that are linked to the search scope. If you allowed for discounting, much of the analysis would follow in the same lines. The search scope would still remain constant for the same arguments that I'll show you in a few minutes. The stopping rule would be a little bit more cumbersome to describe, so that's why we're not using it in our benchmark model. Risk aversion will lead us to very similar claims. So the search scope, even in the presence of risk aversion, remains constant. In fact, it's unchanged if you allow for for concavity of the utility. But the stopping rule is harder to characterize, and that's something that's actually very interesting mathematically. And if I had more time, I would describe to you what happens with risk aversion. So feel free to ask me in the Q&A session. All right, so with that in hand, I'm going to start to characterize the optimal search. So as I already mentioned, the strategy is composed of two elements: the choice of search scope at any point in time. This is the sigma t, or the standard deviation of the Brownian path, and the stopping time tau. And in principle, both may depend on the past realizations of both the maximum that you observe and the value of the project that you observe, as well as calendar time. Our first observation pertains to how agents stop in our model. So notice that at any time t with an observed maximum of m sub t, if it's optimal to stop at some value x sub t, it's also going to stop at the worst value x prime of t. So if it's even less optimistic right now, you're certainly more inclined to stop. So this suggests that there's going to be a stopping boundary that depends on the maximum observed that's going to govern when you decide to stop and just collect the maximum you observe. So you stop at t only if the current observation is sufficiently unpromising. So it's sufficiently lower than our stopping boundary. The stopping time is the first time at which you hit the stopping boundary. Now let me show it to you in a picture of what this actually means. So on the left here, you see a fairly simple stopping boundary, which corresponds, this should be a 45-degree line. So this just corresponds to a fixed distance from the maximum. It's as if we took the maximum and we deducted from it a fixed distance. Now, how does this play out with our process? Well, in the gray line on the right panel here, you see a caricature of our process x sub t. As that process increases, the maximum increases, and therefore the stopping boundary becomes more demanding. So it increases as well. And in phases in which the maximum doesn't change, because for instance, the process actually generates lower observations, the maximum remains constant, and therefore the stopping boundary remains constant. And then it continues going up whenever the process goes up, remains constant whenever the process remains constant. And finally, our agent stops whenever the process hits the stopping boundary, which in this picture occurs over here. All right, so the first claim that I'll show you is more technical in nature, but it will be at the heart of what allows us to simplify this problem dramatically. So in principle, this is a two-dimensional process. At every time t, you have to keep track of the maximum you observed up to now, mt, and the current observed value, x sub t. Now, proposition 1 tells us that at any time t, an infinitesimal change in the search scope, or the control sigma t, has no effect on the current maximum m sub t. And furthermore, and this is perhaps the more important thing for our purposes, sigma, the optimal control here, which in principle depends on the time and the full path of observed maxima and values of the process, can be described as a function only of the current observation. So this reduces the problem dimensionality dramatically because the optimal control depends only on the current observation. For those of you who are familiar with this literature, a technical intuition might be useful. So the control here, or our search scope sigma t, is adapted. And therefore, standard techniques allow us to write it as a Markovian control. And this, for this, you can use Bismuth or Giongi and various other sources. Let me describe it to you through a picture. So imagine this process that's depicted through the orange line here. And suppose we're at the endpoint over here where the maximum was observed earlier on and corresponds to this point that is attached to the green horizontal line. So if you think about a small change here, an infinitesimal change here, it's not going to affect the maximum that's this distance away. And that's really at the heart of this. Now, you might worry of what happens when xt is exactly coincides with the maximum. Well, because we're in continuous time, you can be exactly at the maximum only for a 0 interval of time. So in a hand-waving fashion here, really this is the relevant case to consider. All right, so our simplified optimization problem is the following. It's the same optimization problem that I showed you before, only the only difference here is that the search scope or control now depends only on the current observation of the process x sub t. So that simplifies life dramatically. So now we're ready to characterize the optimal policy here. So the optimal search scope sigma star is fixed over time. And when it's interior, it's given by this formula. So it's a fixed point formula. And naturally, it relates to the cost and it's the marginal cost and in a very simple fashion. Now, you also see why log convexity is useful here. So you don't need to assume log convexity, but if we assume that the cost function is indeed log convex, then we have a unique solution whenever we have an interior solution here. Furthermore, this suggests immediate comparative statics as costs become more log convex, search scope declines, which is intuitive. Basically, that's the analog of increasing cost, reducing effort. Now, this idea that search scope is constant, that how ambitiously you search doesn't depend on the observations you've seen so far, is in line with various observations in the field. So for instance, we see fairly constant R&D expenditures over time in a wide array of companies. Or when we look at mineral prospecting, that's actually an interesting application starting from the 50s. There have been these directives across various countries that suggest precisely the depth of each well that is to be inspected, regardless of other wells in the same area or the previous successes that have been seen in the same venture. All right, let me give you a quick intuition for where this is coming from. So recall the agents problem. So here, this is another copy paste of the same problem. And what we saw from proposition 1 is that the first term here, the maximum, is really not affected by local changes in the search scope. So what the agent effectively does is minimize the expected cost locally of her search. So let's think about it a little bit more, still in a hand-waving fashion. So again, proposition 1 tells us that minute changes in the search scope don't change the maximum. So that's not what we're worried about. Now, changing sigma is equivalent to, quote unquote, speeding up of time by a factor of sigma squared. That's just a feature of the Brownian path. So on a given path, we're essentially finding the efficient speed to hit our stopping boundary. So this means that we're effectively minimizing the cost per distance and time. So this is precisely the cost is C of sigma. The speed is related to sigma squared. So what we're doing is minimizing C of sigma over sigma squared. And the first order condition that corresponds to the minimization of this term is precisely our description of the constant search scope that's optimal. How about the stopping boundary? The next proposition illustrates its characterization. So the optimal stopping boundary at any point t with a previously observed maximum m is just a fixed distance from the observed maximum. So here we have a term that depends on the optimal search scopes that we already characterized and the cost of search. So higher costs are intuitively, here it's through sigma star, so I'm cheating a little bit, but higher costs are going to lead to a smaller distance here. And what you observe here is that the search, the stopping boundary has a very simple form. In fact, it's precisely the form that was in the original picture that I showed you for the stopping boundary. It's just a 45-degree angle line shifted away from m of t, shifted downwards by this constant amount. So let me give you a quick intuition for that. Think about a shifted process, tilde. So let's assume that we take our process and its related maximum and that just shifted them up by a constant a. Now we have here a linear utility. So the behavior in the tilde process should echo the behavior in the original process. So this means that the distance between the observed maximum in the tilde process and the stopping boundary is the same as in our original process, which in turn imply that m minus the stopping boundary, the level at m, is a constant, which is exactly what we see here. Now, this highly depends. Now, even though I don't have time to talk about risk aversion, you'll notice that at least from these hand-waving intuitions, the constant search scope doesn't depend on linearity of the utility function, while the precise structural or analytical form of the stopping boundary very much does depend on the linearity of the utility. So that's where risk aversion kind of becomes a little bit interesting. In terms of the outcomes, the expected project value is precisely this fixed distance from the maximum that identifies the stopping boundary. And I'll soon show you an intuition for that. And the expected duration looks somewhat similar and also has a very similar simple description. And that allows us to identify the expected payoff from search, which we'll soon use when we get to contracts between retrospective searchers and principals. Now, one interesting thing is that the expected payoff is precisely half of the expected maximum. That actually has a pretty nice intuition if anyone wants to ask me about it during the Q&A. But I will give you some intuition for this value of the expected maximum. So from proposition 2b, we have that the stopping boundary is this m minus a constant. So we'll call this constant the drawdown size. And the down size will be denoted by this d. So now notice two things. First of all, because from the continuity of the Brownian motion, for any realized stopping boundary, when you stop, you're precisely a distance d from the maximum. You're precisely hit g of mt. So this means that at the stopping time, the expectation of the distance here is precisely d. Now, in addition to that, x tau is a martingale with expectation 0. So for any stopping time tau, the conditional expectation of x tau is also 0. So now we can just use linearity of expectation and deduce exactly what the proposition stated, which is that the expected maximum is precisely b. The other elements of the proposition require a little bit more work, so I won't show them right now because I'd like to get to the application of contracting. So just to summarize the results that I showed you, we saw a constant search scope over time that depends on the log convexity of cost and a simple stopping boundary, which takes this form. So in the few minutes that remain, I'd like to tell you something about contracting with a retrospective searcher. And we're going to focus on commission contracts that are very common in the literature. They've been highlighted by Aguillon and Tirole in 1994, but they're prevalent in various applications. So you can think about real estate, where an owner searches for a buyer and then hires a real estate agent, pays them a retainer fee and a commission on the sales price, or an artist that looks to sell their art and pays or receives gallery showing fees and also a share of the purchase price, or research institutions that have been studied by a very nice paper by Jensen and Thursby, where a researcher seeks a breakthrough and they're paid a wage and get a fraction of the resulting patent rights, and so on and so forth. So in our model of principal contracts with an agent performing retrospective search, the principal is the residual claimant of the search outcome, but cannot conduct the search herself. And importantly, the class of contracts that we're focusing on are these commission contracts, where the principal offers the agent a wage or a fee of W, which is fixed over time, and a commission or a fraction alpha of the search outcome. The principal observes whether the agent is searching, but it's a standard moral hazard problem. So the principal doesn't observe the value of the project at any time t or the search scope of the agent. And let's assume that the agent has an outside option of 0 and she can quit at any time she wants. All right, so here's the main problem that we're facing. So the principal is trying to maximize the resulting reward that she'll get, which is just a share of 1 minus alpha of the maximum generated, minus the overall wage that she pays the agent. The agent in turn acts like a retrospective searcher. They're looking to find the optimal search scope and the time to stop search, so as to maximize their share of the pie minus the resulting cost. Importantly, now their costs are adjusted by the flow wage that they receive. All right, so let's focus on the agent's problem. So for the agent, we can follow a very similar characterization to our original characterization of proposition 2 and find their optimal search scope and their stopping boundary. The search scope is still going to be constant for the same reason. The only difference from the search scope in the original problem is that now costs are shifted downwards by the wage W. Now, importantly, the optimal search scope does not depend on the commission alpha. So if you get a small share of the pie, what will happen is that the search scope will not change, but the time that you spend searching will change. So in particular, our search boundary here, as alpha becomes very small, this is going to get closer and closer to the maximum you've seen. In other words, you'll be more and more demanding. So you'll search for a shorter period of time. Now, this can feed into the optimal solution for the principal. And if I had more time, I would show you precisely how to generate this. But you can quite directly derive the optimal wage and the optimal commission that are derived and the consequent search scope for the agent. That now relates, so really what I'd like you to take out of this proposition are not the details, but rather first that we can solve this model quite easily. And the second one is that when you look at the optimal search scope, suddenly here we have the second derivative of the cost, which comes from the cost of incentives. Now, you could certainly consider particular families of costs to generate more observations. So let me show you one simple example of contracting with linear costs. So this is a situation where the costs are linear. And in that case, you can identify the individual searcher's search scope and expected payoff. So in this case, as the fixed cost declines, the search scope increases. So this is the search scope increasing with A. As the marginal cost increases, the search scope declines, which is kind of in line with our intuition. And the resulting profit can be derived from our proposition 3, and that's just A over B squared. Now, if we place this in our optimal contract, the search scope declines from 2A over B to 4/3 of A over B, and the agent and principal share the spoils equally. More interestingly, the overall surplus that they generate is 8 over 9 times A over B squared. So in for this particular class of costs, regardless of the precise parameters, there's a loss of about 1/9 or 11% of the surplus due to these agency costs. Let me conclude. So what I tried to show you is a model of retrospective search. So this is a model of search with correlated observations and experimentation. The optimal policy entails a constant search scope and a simple drawdown stopping boundary. And we think this analysis can be useful for various settings. So I showed you one example of commissioned search. John and I are also looking at various constrained searches, constrained by either institutions or by cognitive limitations. We're also looking at team search together with Doruk Chetuman. Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to talking with you all.
Thanks, Leeat. So we have time for questions from the audience.
Hi, Leeat.
Hi, Cesar.
Very nice paper.
Thank you.
So it's crucial that you can only go back to the peak of the. I was trying to think, but there is no reason to go back to any other point, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking in some problems it may be. So the one dimension issue of the search is interesting. In some problems, there may be several dimensions.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, I actually have a student who's working on a related problem, more in the calendar setting, the original calendar, 2011, thinking about multiple dimensions that might be correlated, but that's kind of outside of the scope of this project. Yeah.
Very nice.
So
More questions?
I guess you have a question in your talk, which is the expected payoff, which is half of the maximal one.
Yeah, it's kind of one way to see it, which I think might be kind of useful, or that intuition really helped me, was thinking about the analog of this to a monopolist who sets quantity. So as it turns out, when you look at the expected payoffs here, they have this feature where you could think about this drawdown size, this D, as a quantity set by a monopolist that has a price of 1. And the cost is quadratic. It's of the form of D squared. Why is it quadratic? Because, you know, in some intuitive sense, the speed relates to kind of what fraction of a standard deviation you travel squared. So the cost here is related to D squared. That's how much time it takes you to hit the boundary. So in those sorts of cases, if you recall your Econ 101, you get that the monopolist's profits is exactly half the optimal quantity. And that's exactly what's happening here. So the same intuition we teach our undergrads is what's happening here.
Okay, thank you.
More questions? So if there are not any questions, so thanks, Leeat. Thanks a lot. And thanks to all the speakers who really made an effort to come twice to the Q&A sessions. Especially Leeat, you woke up at 5:30 in the morning. So,
my pleasure.
So it's really and thanks. It's unfortunate that we couldn't have the meeting here in Mexico City. So the plan is the 2022 meeting in Mexico City. So by the time, I hope everything will go back to normal and we can really have a successful meeting. So all of you are welcome. So here I have David, Andre, and Diego. I don't know. Diego is probably not here. So on behalf of the organizers. So David and Andre, if you want to add something, please go ahead.
No, just thank the speakers and people who attended the sessions. So it's very frustrating, but it's also nice to meet you online.
So again, thanks to everybody for doing a great effort. And I know this is not the same thing as seeing you here in Mexico, but we will. 2 years from now, it'll be a bigger bash than ever. And I'm sure we'll do the best efforts imaginable. So please come here in 2020.
Well, I want to thank you, everybody. This was a very, very, very nice organization. And I think we all enjoyed the speakers and the question and answer debates. So that was a very nice conference. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you all. I should have mentioned before, we should thank especially to Paul Milgrom and Bob Wilson for taking out of their busy schedule. Like I have seen just after our session. Paul was there in some other session in honor of Susan Athey.
Okay.
So
I didn't know.
So yeah, that's why he left at 11:30.
Very nice. I
So
think
it was
you're very happy. Yes. Okay. So thank you very much for all this. It was very good organization. Thank you.
okay. So
Thank you and bye-bye.
Bye. We'll see
Bye-bye.
you in 2 years here.
Thank you.
See you in
Year and
next.
a half, really.
Yeah, 1 year and a half. Yeah.
Okay. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.